folks, we are live on YouTube right now with the graphic. If you'd like to mute yourselves until we begin.
Sean, did you say I might begin the meeting?
Julie, we are live right now with the opening graphic on YouTube. However, we do not have all the board members on yet.
Oh, okay, good.
So if you'd like to mute yourself until I guess we have the quorum.
I did the cleansing motion, Julie. We're good.
Thank you.
Julie, I believe.
I think we have everyone, yes, except maybe Ben.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's go.
Okay, Mike, if you could take out the graphic. When you're ready, Julie.
Thank you. This is Julie Bitzer, President of Reston Association, and I'd like to welcome you to the regular board meeting, the full board meeting of the RA Board of Directors. I'd like to call the meeting to order and establish quorum. So on my screen, the first person I see is Tom Mulcairn, member at large, Karen Anton, Hunters Woods Dogwood, John Mooney, North Point, Aaron Webb, Tall Oaks Lake Ann, Bob Petrine, though I have a blank for Bob, but I know he's there. Our treasurer and
I'm here.
member at large. Yeah, I just don't have a picture of you, Bob.
No,
Mike Collins, apartment. Sarah D'Souza, member at large. And I think that's it. We do not have Van Iyer. Okay, so that establishes quorum. I have no specific opening remarks tonight other than we have a very full agenda. So, and I think some really interesting topics. So I'd like to get to it. I would like to first, the first thing we have is approval of the January 28th regular board meeting agenda. And the board would like to add an executive session we have an executive session as item P at 9:35 that is with consultation with counsel, contractual violation matters, and we would like to add personnel matters to that same executive session.
So move.
Thank you, John. Was that a second from Sarah? Great, thank you. All in favor of that small change to the,
Petrina's aye.
thank you very much. I think we had hands of aye from everyone. So that passes with that change. The next item is the consent calendar. On the consent calendar, to save us a little bit of time, I do know that we had a member who sent in some comments with regard to our December meeting minutes that certainly I have not had an opportunity to review. So I would like to suggest perhaps that we defer our approval of the December 17th regular board meeting minutes to our February board meeting so that we might all have an opportunity to review and address those concerns. I don't know if any other board directors had issues with the meeting minutes for December's full board meeting or not, but I would like to amend the consent calendar to remove that from our consent calendar for tonight and defer it to February.
So
Second.
move. Second.
Second from Karen, I think she got in first, and all in favor of that change.
Petrina's aye.
Thank you very much. I believe that was a unanimous. Yes, okay. Thank you, Mike. Moving on to member comments.
Do we
We
move
still have to vote on.
I move that we adopt
Oh,
the
we did.
amended,
Right. we
adopt
moved
it, we-
yeah, Sorry.
adopt the amended consent calendar.
Thank you for keeping me honest, guys. Second from Sarah. Or can we approve the consent calendar with beekeeping and election ballot on the consent calendar? All in favor of that?
Aye, Petrina.
Thank you, Bob. All right, that passes. Now we're on member comments.
Julie, at this time, I do not see any hands raised in the participants tab.
Well,
Or
I'm
any
pretty
comments?
sure that Erwin wanted to speak, so I see his hand, so let's recognize him.
Sounds
Thank you. My name is Erwin Flashman. I live at 1327 Buttermilk Lane. I made comments in writing on the minutes, and I'd like to make one comment this evening on the minutes and of last month's meeting, and a couple of comments on the agenda for this meeting. Last month's meeting recorded the approval of two actions taken in session. It did not truly approve them. What it did was ratify and affirm. That is not as what is required by POA, which requires a vote in open session following the executive session on the matters as they were voted on then, and it requires a vote. And since it was not voted on, those two measures, in my judgment, have not been made effective and are without effect. So I recommend that you re-examine that and have your counsel take a look at the argument that raised. The second issue I would like to address is the question of the electric vehicles. I applaud Mr. Mulcairn and Mr. Cam Adams for bringing the two motions that they have on the agenda, but they have not, and you have not, considered the possibility of a study of having RA convert its fleet from fossil fueled vehicles to electric vehicles. And I think that the board should consider undertaking a study of that so that it can be done over a period of time and effectively eliminate fossil fueled vehicles from the RA fleet and set an example for us, those who are residents of RA. It is something that is already being undertaken partially by the school board and is also being undertaken by Fairfax County. And I recommend it to you for this evening. The third item I would like to discuss is the question of transparency, which you raised, and there is considerable discussion in the agenda materials with regard to the use of the Zoom chat. And frankly, I find that what you are doing in the chat is arguing against the use of the chat function. And I think that's just outrageous, frankly. I strongly disagree with it. The argument is made that Zoom is a new technology with a new feature not available when meetings are held in person, and further that it is not made available for use because it is not recorded. It's not available to those who follow the meetings on YouTube. It interferes and is distracting to the meeting. The comments made are not generally representative of the members, nor are they on topic and generally are not useful coming from the small number of members. Frankly, those arguments are water. They are generally made so as to interpret transparency as a one-way mirror. That is, that the board is allowed to put out its point of view, but the board only wants to hear in a very limited time during member comments, and to the limited extent for members, a maximum of 3 minutes for a single member. In fact, the present rules allow the board to allow members to comment on matters at the time when they are discussed outside of the member comments period. Before the present board came to power, prior boards freely conceded time to members to speak at particular matters were discussed. It's true that Zoom and its chat function are relatively new technologies. However, because Moses did not use Zoom or the chat function does not mean that we are going to rely on stone tablets. Because YouTube does not allow participation in the meetings as a function of the nature of its technology, it is not a reason to cut off participation in Zoom meetings. In fact, POA requires that members have an opportunity to participate in meetings. The chat function does not require that additional personnel pay attention to the chat function. Board members can look or not look as they may desire. They are not without capabilities. The comments in chat are usually directed to the board members in the first place. The board members can choose to ignore the comments or respond to them as they do presently with comments made during the comment period. Comments in general are not required to be representative of anyone other than the point of view of the board talking them. Never has there been a requirement that a member poll other members to assure that she will be representative of others when they speak to the board. The comment standard.
Can you wrap it up, please?
I'm almost through.
Okay.
And the persuasiveness of the arguments. Of course, the board may be swayed when a large number of members show up with torches and pitchforks to object to some proposal or lack of action on a matter, but the value of the comments is to hear other points of view. In short, the chat function should be left operative during all Zoom meetings. It provides an avenue for two-way communication and should be used as such. Cutting it off sends a very bad message to the members. In fact, the fact of this discussion and framework of it send a very bad message to members by themselves. Cutting off the chat function would only serve to heighten and emphasize that message. And that message is the board does not appreciate member comments. They are bothersome and a waste of time. The only reason we allow them is because we are required to by law, and we prefer to limit them as much as possible, which is why we do not allow them except during the legislatively required member comments period. My advice, keep the chat function on at all times and pay attention to what is said. Send a better message to members than what is presented in the discussion in the materials. Thank you.
Okay, Erwin, thank you for basically reading us your memo on the chat room, but it's good for us all to hear that. I did want you to know that as far as the electric vehicles, the BOC did defer two pieces of the proposed activity on electric vehicles for our next BOC meeting so that there could be more. So we are going to address the piece that you are concerned about in about a month. So not to worry. It didn't leave anybody's mind, just we moved it to next meeting. Okay. Sean, next person for a member comment?
As of right now, I do not have any hands raised in our participants tab or anybody requesting to comment in the chat room. If anybody would like to speak before the board, please raise your hand under the participants tab, or you can post in the chat room that you'd like to participate.
Okay. And we'll move on to the first item on the agenda, which is the audit and Form 990 review. And I believe that that is something that Hank or Larry will kick off for us with the, or perhaps Patrine with treasurer. I see Leslie Pine, so is Leslie with us? Oh, Ben Iyer has joined the meeting. Thank you, Ben.
Hello, all.
Hi, Ben.
Julie, I think Leslie Pine is going to be making the presentation.
Is she here?
Yes,
Yeah.
hi everyone. I am here. I wasn't sure if Tom was going to present the financial results before. I technically wasn't supposed to start until 7. I'm from BDO.
Well, we're a little sooner. Would you be able to go ahead?
Yes, I would.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi everyone. I am Leslie Pine, an audit partner with BDO, and I will present the audit results for the 2019 audit. And we presented this audit wrap-up document to management a few days ago. We did meet with the fiscal committee last week, sorry. If you move to the next slide. This is for the audit for 12/31/19 of the Reston Association, the consolidated statements. And as you all know, due to COVID, the audit was conducted 100% remotely. It went very smoothly, given the fact that normally we are in person. And as you all are aware, and I'll talk about a little bit when you see the results of the audit was delayed this year due to the data loss that occurred in the financial system, the financial records toward the end of 2019. Audit objective, the objective of our audit is to obtain reasonable but not absolute assurance that the statements are free of material misstatements. We did conduct our audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards. All records and information that we requested during the course of the audit were freely available for our inspection. As usual, management's cooperation was excellent. We did receive full access to all of the information that we requested during the course of the audit. And again, all remotely during the difficult times of COVID, but everything went very smoothly from that standpoint. The next slide. So the results of the audit, we will issue an unmodified opinion on the December 31, 2019 statements, which is a clean opinion and is consistent with last year. So very good to note there. As I mentioned earlier, management's cooperation was excellent. We did have at the bottom of this slide, there were 2 adjusting entries. Those are what we call corrected misstatements, and those are entries that we post subsequent to the start of the audit. They were not material entries. Those are both listed there, AJE number 1 and AJE number 2, an adjustment to move the vacation balance to a correct account. And the second one is to adjust the deferred rent related to the lease on the headquarters space. The next slide. Third adjustment just relates to a correction of opening net asset balance. Again, nothing material, just moving some accounts from account to account. The next slide. So this is what we call a past adjustment, and this is an entry that is not significant and it is a misstatement, but one that has not been corrected as it is not material and does not need to be recorded, but we are required to inform you all that we did have such an entry. The bottom of this page, we did have a lot of discussion with management during the course of the audit related to financial reporting. We did look at the financial reporting of the association. There were no changes in any of the policies and practices in 2019 versus 2018. There are significant accounting estimates that go into the preparation of the financial statements. There was nothing that had a significant impact on financial reporting, and there were no changes to any of the estimates used in 2019 as related to 2018. No significant or unusual transactions. The financial statement presentation does comply with all applicable disclosure requirements. These statements are in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. All required disclosures are present in the statements. There was one new accounting pronouncement related to revenue recognition for contributions that was required to be adopted in 2019. That was done so without a material effect to the association. And last, on the bottom of this page, there were no alternative accounting treatments that we discussed with management or that were used for the 2019 financial statements. The next slide. So internal controls over financial reporting, as we discussed in prior audits. We do look at the controls of the association, but we do not audit those controls. We do look at the controls in order to obtain an understanding and then use that understanding to plan and perform the audit. We did note one significant deficiency, and as you all are aware, it does relate to the loss of data that occurred toward the end of 2019 due to improper data backup. The important thing is we were able to complete the audit. That has been the reason for the delay. Management did have to basically rebuild the financial data. So we did a lot of testing. At the end of the day, we have ensured that all financial statement amounts as presented in the financial statements are correct and accurate. It just took us a little bit between management and BDO to get to the point where we were able to get comfortable with the balances, specifically accounts receivable. We do have a few recommendations in the next section. I won't go over those in great detail. They relate to administrative IT access, which is not an uncommon recommendation for small organizations, small in terms of small accounting departments, but there are mitigating controls as it relates to these recommendations. We also had some recommendations in the prior year. Those are listed on the bottom of page 6, and those have all been corrected. So these were from the 2018 audit. These have all been corrected and implemented in 2019. Next page. So this is just some highlights of the results of the audit on the financial statement side. I won't go through these in great detail unless anyone has any questions. But overall, a very healthy balance sheet. Not a lot of significant changes in any of the financial statement accounts. Overall, there was about a 2% increase in revenue, which is mainly due to the increase in the annual assessments in 2018 to 2019. But overall, again, a very healthy balance sheet and income statement. We do have an updated disclosure, a new disclosure in the statements this year as it relates to COVID and the impact of COVID on the organization, which I'm happy to report, other than for us, a remote audit, things that we observed were generally from a financial statement perspective, business as usual when it comes to COVID, which is very good. I've seen a lot of organizations in the last year that have struggled with COVID, PPP loans, CARES funding. And, honestly, there are some organizations that probably will not survive the financial impact to COVID, but I'm very happy to report that the association, especially a year later from what we've seen, has had no no impact, financial statement impact from COVID. Any questions on the audit or the conduct of the audit, the financial statements? Any questions at all?
Please, John.
Thank you, Leslie, for your presentation. I have 3 questions. The first, I just want to make sure on page 7, the overall a healthy balance sheet, and the first item is investments, including deferred compensation investments. So it's at the top, it's characterized as an increase. It says the decrease. Is that, I trust that's a typo.
That is a typo. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I didn't know if I missed something. Okay.
Yes, no, that's a very good catch. Oh, yes, that is
Okay.
correct. Obviously the market at the end of 19 was increased, so that's what that relates to.
Okay.
Sorry
thank
about
you.
that.
Yeah, that's a minor thing. On page 6, the significant deficiency. If I am not an IT guy, nor am I an auditor, a CPA, but so using backup ledger subledgers, and then backup data to secure cloud-based servers to avoid potential data loss. So we're moving to the cloud. And but you're saying, is this saying that we cannot rely solely on cloud? We need to have some additional backup? And if so, have you discussed this with our IT people?
So our observation, so the moving to the cloud is subsequent to this audit. So this obviously happened in October of 2019, pre-new system moving to the cloud, the data loss, and then there was an improper data backup. So we have not discussed anything as it relates to the new system with IT, since that will be a focus of our 2020 audit. And perhaps we do not have any concerns about the new system. I think the new system, from my conversations with management, is going to be a good thing. And perhaps Tom or Hank, if you have any detailed questions about the new system, could address that, but we did not focus on that during this audit.
Okay.
John, I can just share with you that Claire is going to be giving a report later on in the meeting, but we indeed have moved to the cloud. We're there.
Well, I understand that, but this talks about backup data in order to secure cloud-based servers. So it sounds like the cloud-based system needs some sort of a supplemental guard, as I read that as a total non-professional, and I'm just wondering how we would deal with that with our migration to the cloud.
Can we save that until Clara can give her report? She can answer it very clearly.
Absolutely. And thank you. My third question is the second one under the second range of recommendations for improvements. And that is establish policies and procedures to ensure that financial reporting, IT systems change management, that is timely revocation of access rights provided to a terminated employee, is monitored appropriately. Is that a hypothetical concern, or is that a real life concern, Leslie?
Yes, so we did note, we did not put all of the details, but we did note some terminated employees that had, and this was old system, remember, that had not been removed from the system upon termination. We did not note any issues, but in our IT walkthrough, we noted that there were some terminated employees that technically still had access to the system and had not yet been removed. But I believe our discussions with management, that has since been corrected, and then with the new system will not be an issue going forward.
Thank you for that clarification.
I have a question.
Is that Van? Please.
Yes, Leslie, this is Van Ayer, at-large director. I would like to understand, Leslie, why is it that BDO did not point out to us and caution us about this critical failure and ability to back up and be able to produce financial data. Is that not one of your primary responsibilities to make sure that we as an organization have integrity in being able to produce financial data? And you have mentioned last year that the similar type of report about employees being present in the financial system, whereas they're not active within RA, that would lead someone who's listening to your report to believe that you're paying attention to even the smallest details, so we are covered. But seems to me like you did not pay attention to the relatively critical aspects, like backing up of data, which left us, once there was a crash, with unable to recover data in a timely manner and probably have some permanent data loss. So I'd like to understand, how is it that that happened, and how do you assume responsibility for that?
So we do not audit the IT system. We do a walkthrough of the IT system, and we understand the controls that are in place. So there is a control there. There was a backup. And Tom would have additional details on that as to why it did not work. There was a backup. There was a failure. So there was a process in place. It was the backup basically didn't work. And that's not something that's part of our audit. That's more of an IT issue. But our walkthrough in prior years of the IT system did note the process and did note that there was a backup. What happens if that backup fails, again, is not something that's part of our audit because there was a backup. And then with regard to terminated employees, we did not note in the prior year that there were terminated employees that still had access. What we've always noted is that there are employees within the accounting department that have what we call super user access, meaning that they have access to all areas within the general ledger and within the IT system. And as a best practice, it's very common in small organizations, small in terms of accounting department. And we have always noted that is a potential segregation of duties issue. That has always been noted. And I can tell you that many organizations have the same issue. It's not always feasible to have only IT that has access to the general ledger and has access to making journal entries. So for example, Tom has access to the system because he needs it, but it's not a best practice. And that is something that we have pointed out in prior years as a risk to the organization. However, we do look at the fact that there are mitigating controls in place. So we have not ever noted that there were any segregation of duties issues. We do look at journal entries. We look at who's making journal entries, and we have never noted any irregularities.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still going to feel that we relied on you, and that was the 101 to be able to know that if there was a backup, but we're not able to recover on a timely basis, that's not having a disaster recovery plan or not tested the disaster recovery plan. Okay.
Do I have any other questions of Leslie and the audit report? No? I don't note that we have a requirement to vote and accept it. So unless I've missed something.
Could we have guidance from our CEO or our general counsel on that? It does say review and action in our agenda.
Yeah, I'm looking at the board packet, and normally we would have a motion that would be associated with that.
Julie, did you get my?
Yeah, I just found it. Went through the group of papers. Yes, I see it. Thank you, Tony. So even though it's not in our board packet, we do have Opportunity to move to accept the 2019 audit and Form 990 as presented. So is there a motion to do that?
So move.
Thank you, John. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Bob. All in favor of accepting the 2019 audit and Form 990? I see yes from John, myself.
Aye from Ben.
Sarah, Mike, Bob, Tom, Ben. So, oh, and there's Aaron. So it passes unanimous. Thank you very much, Leslie.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you, Leslie.
So if there's nothing else, I will drop off.
Yes.
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
May next year be equally easy or more easy.
Julie,
Okay.
I have a quick question before we go to the next topic. Hank, and it doesn't have to be today. It will be beneficial if you can let us know what steps the management is taking to make sure these things don't happen again. Just FYI, like just to make us feel at rest.
If you're talking about the loss of data, of the backup data, that was explained last year, but we will go back and explain it again, what happened. An offsite site failed. And but we can explain it, and Clara, even this evening, will be able to assure you they will never happen again.
And the staff access, are we having processes in place to make sure that?
There is also, having Clara here this past year has cleaned up a lot of these things. It's been a blessing, and we're a lot different than we were at the end of 2019. But so yes, we'll get a line of how all that's been taken care of.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I add one thing? When we did restore a backup copy that we had, it was a prior version, and it put those accesses back on for people that had been terminated on the current version before it crashed.
Yes.
Hey, Tom, can you remind us all how long of data loss was it, the prior backup? So how much data was lost?
The GL history was available. We were able to restore that. It was just the accounts receivable subledger that the data was bad, and we couldn't restore that. So that's what we had to recreate, and that's what prolonged the audit. We had to get that information together, make sure it tied with our monthly financial statements, and come up with the balances and the reasons why those accounts receivables were in the subledger.
Any other questions before we move to the next item? I'm sure we can take up some of this as well when we get to Clara's piece later in the meeting on the IT update.
Good.
And let's move to cluster outreach update. Cam Adams and Megan.
Sure thing. Let's see here. All right.
I see you both.
I'm sorry, hold on one second. We are getting situated and we're ready to share. I'm sorry, Mike, could you share the screen?
Seems many of us are having some IT difficulties tonight. Must be related to the beautiful moon that's out there tonight.
Cam, do you not have sharing function?
I do, but I am not able to pull it up.
Okay, hang on. Give me a second to get to that part of the packet.
I'm sorry.
Just want everyone to know it wasn't my dog that was barking during the audit. My dogs had bones. I can't guarantee you later in the meeting, but during that one, they were preoccupied. I have to say, it's the one thing that I miss about not doing an in-person meeting is when we would meet at headquarters, I could leave them behind and then they didn't have to bother me while we were doing meetings.
Well, in
Now,
a minute, you're going to hear my parakeets go off. So, yeah.
and your Greyhound was so quiet. We didn't even know she was around, man.
Yeah, the dogs don't bark in my house. It's the birds.
So thank you, Mike. So we'll go ahead and get started. Megan and I are here. We're updating you on our latest cluster outreach comprehensive plan update. And so we're going to start with our goals for 2021. Our last update was in November, and so not much has transpired between the end of November and the beginning of January, but I think that we have some pretty well-established goals going into 2021. Actually starting with our upcoming meet and greet with cluster board leadership on Monday, it's February 1st. We've actually established a tentative schedule for all of our upcoming meet and greets throughout the entire year. So we have February 1st, April 27th, June 29th, August 31st, and October 26th. So we're sharing that information with our cluster leadership on our February 1st meeting. And then also in continuation with our Cluster Connect newsletter, which goes out on a quarterly basis. We have had a high open rate on those Cluster Connect newsletters that Mike and his team have graciously been able to help work with us and send out, in addition to the RA news that goes out as well. We are still working on internal and external educational opportunities. So that includes internal department staff training, re-immersion. We have several trainings that are happening throughout the entire year. And actually today we had a compliance department training specifically related to legal and covenants committee and how those processes are needing a little bit more of an improvement in addition to our complaints process. We're still doing show and tells with our cluster leadership, and we have 2 scheduled for the next 2 or 3 weeks, Megan, is that correct?
Correct.
And then our social media campaign, some of you may have noticed that the RA News has included several videos of myself, the star entertainer of the department, I guess, Oscar nominated clearly, and doing some of the outreach that we're trying to promote through social media. And Mike and his team, Sean, has done a fantastic job in aiding us and getting some of those social media campaigns together. And hopefully we can continue to do those. Hank and I did our last one in terms of covenants and applications and how when in doubt, fill an application out is our kind of motto that we have kind of set up for the department. We continue through the spring with the update to the Resolution 12, the inspection policy. We are conducting walkthroughs this year. We have 4 cluster associations that are interested in performing walkthroughs. Walkthroughs are specifically for some systemic maintenance issues that are in clusters that need assistance of RA to begin enforcement on those items. And then also creating our cluster directory and getting in preparation of the website that Mike and his team is also working on so that clusters are able to connect with one another. As we go into the design review process and updating cluster standards, we have established a DRB working group that met on December 17th and discussed what is the need, what are members asking for, what guidelines need to be addressed, what issues are they experiencing with the design review process or the design guidelines. Is there conflict? Is there ambiguity? Does there need to be some clarification? And then, of course, in consideration of revising and creating new design guidelines, we're looking at providing clarity and decreasing some of the subjectivity in the standards or the guidelines as it relates to applications that that RA members need to submit. And then, of course, evaluating which guidelines can have lower review levels instead of a consultation or a panel. Maybe staff can review applications that would reduce the time that members are waiting to hear responses for their applications. Our next DRB working group is actually February 4th, and we're really looking forward to seeing some of the opinions that the DRB working group has, and then starting to have staff work on drafting up revisions to the design guidelines that we're talking about. We do still have our 11 dedicated cluster standard panel meetings this year, which is fantastic for us to have the opportunity to have dedicated panel meetings that are solely looking at design standards for clusters. And also looking at increasing the amount of cluster standards that can be reviewed at the consultation level, which has been phenomenal. I think we currently have 2 cluster standard applications scheduled for the February dedicated panel meeting, which is almost unheard of in terms of how many applications come to a panel, because we're receiving so many cluster standard applications that can be reviewed at the consultation level instead of a panel. All 134 cluster standard flipbooks have been digitized and are online. We are still working on updating them. We do have a dedicated staff member that is working on updating all of the cluster standard flipbooks to ensure that the latest and recent approvals that the clusters have received are updated in that book. And we have been working diligently on creating a more structured process on how and when those updates, after they've been approved by the DRB, are updated in their digitized flipbook so that members will see the most current version online. Going into our discussions with the cluster resource survey, we did perform a cluster resource survey last year, and we actually extended the time to take the cluster resource survey so that clusters could really look and take the time to fill out the survey. The purpose of the survey was to kind of have a culmination of information and data from the clusters and share that data and information with them. So we had questions related to how they communicate with their members, how many board meetings they have, which financial services they use, what kind of vendors they use and the names of those vendors. So from trees and landscaping to snow plowing to, I think we talked about insurance and management companies. Collecting all of that data and information to share amongst the clusters is our primary goal and purpose of the survey. Some of our standout responses included what projects that clusters were working on in 2021 and 2022. As you can see from the graphic on the document, there's a significant amount of tree removal that are planned for the next 24 months. And one of the questions that we asked in addition to that was, are you willing to work with other cluster associations to potentially bargain for cheaper rates or discounts on doing larger projects in conjunction with other cluster associations? And we had an overwhelming majority of cluster leadership respond with, yes, they would like to do that. And also, we had a question about a private forum for board members that is desirable. A lot of board members wanted to be able to connect with one another and kind of do like a listserv and post different topics like you see on Nextdoor or you see on Facebook groups about different things that affect their cluster, affect their community, that they want to get different perspectives on. And I think Mike and his team have taken some of the feedback that they've received from staff and from their working groups that they have to see if that's something that is functional for the website that's coming this year. And I'm looking forward to working with Mike and his team on that as well. And so a majority of the results will be shared at the February 1st meet and greet. So we're really looking forward to tying this year up with meeting most of our goals, if not all of them. And I think, we continue to try to support clusters as much as we can. So with that, does anyone have any questions? I know that was a lot to unpack.
First hand I think I saw was it Sarah or John Mooney? Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Cam and Megan, for all your good work in this. It's really exciting to us as board members, I think. On page 3, Cam, you talked about revising and creating new design guidelines to accomplish 2 things: provide clarity and decrease subjectivity, and to change the review level. And what I want to ask is about another dimension of the design guidelines, and that is appropriate flexibility. And obviously that is a fuzzy word, a fuzzy phrase that needs more clarification. But it seems to me that what we want is to find the sweet spot between a failure to enforce good design, which is one of our primary responsibilities as Ruston Association. And on the other hand, insistence on design rigidity. And I'm wondering if you're hearing that as you talk more with clusters. Are you hearing a desire for some flexibility, some reasonable, appropriate flexibility in use of materials or whatever? And how are you dealing, if you're hearing that, how are you dealing with that request?
To answer your question, the answer is yes. And I think Megan can give you more information on that.
Yeah, so we do hear that increasingly. It really does sort of just make good sense. Products get discontinued, trends change, people's way of living change. Whoever would have thought that we would be spending this much time in our homes? So it does just make good sense. I like to think about it and encourage clusters that when they're trying to meet that goal of creating a little bit more flexibility, to use the cluster standards rather than the design guidelines as the dial that they're tuning to achieve that. And I think really just the appropriate mechanism is to adjust your cluster standard update accordingly, and get it in front of the DRB and work it out with the DRB. I mean, it's not really something that cluster standards are designed to do, to completely abolish standards. I mean, standards exist for a reason, but there is absolutely a desire and a need to craft appropriately flexible, as you said, cluster standards. And that is something that we are working with clusters directly more and more to achieve.
That makes sense, that rather than expect the DRB to come with this on their own, you ask the initiative to come from the cluster guidelines.
Oh yeah, I mean, really, staff is here to help, but in terms of what's happening on the ground, the clusters are the subject matter experts. They know if their neighbors are having a hard time sourcing a specific light fixture, or if people have a desire to have more flexibility in their front door color. I mean, that impetus needs to come from them. The DRB is really, they're the professionals, and they provide the guidance in terms of, well, that might be a little too flexible, or like that. And staff certainly provides that guidance as well. But the initial thought really often does come from the clusters, and it needs to come from the clusters.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Anyone else? Bob?
Yes. I apologize. My computer crashed and it took me forever. In fact, I've had to move twice to find a computer that worked. Two questions. One is on insurance. I know that the clusters have been asked for the first time in many years to provide a certificate of insurance. And I was wondering what the percentage of compliance was with that, because most people that I spoke to were, just questioning, why would RA want such a certificate?
So exact numbers, Bob, I'm not exactly sure, but I think we have about 30 cluster associations out of the 134 that are still working with us to get their insurance information. But on a large whole, most of them comply, and actually most of them just have their agents send the information directly to us without really getting involved, because they know of the requirement.
Okay. Second question, and this is more of a request than even a question. I know that you're having a meet and greet on Monday. Could you ask two questions relative to ZMOD, which is the zoning modernization project of clusters? Just, I'm curious, number one, are they aware that there is a change in the offing? And then number two, if they are aware, what concerns do they have about ZMOD? And just to get approximate sense of the community's awareness of ZMOD and what it might entail. Thanks.
Sure. Yeah.
Sarah.
Hi. Kim, I have 3 quick questions. One, thank you so much for doing this. This is huge difference. And every time you come in, we're all singing praises. We love you. You know that. So what is, are you seeing the cluster meetings to be more staff pushing info to the board? Or is it more board coming up with questions and more of a conversation? How is it going? Is it more you presenting and they listen, or do they participate?
So it's a combination of both. We try to structure the meet and greet specifically to give out information and educate. And then we encourage the clusters to have our show and tells, which is us coming out to the community and having a more intimate conversation about what their cluster concerns are specific to them and other things that we've recommended to other community associations or cluster associations in the Reston area. And so it's a little bit of back and forth. We try to educate at the beginning and then leave ample time at the end to ask questions. And we do use the chat box function a lot. So if one of the staff members is presenting, the other staff member is kind of trying to keep up with the questions that are in the chat box so that we can better answer the questions, because there may be some time commitment that someone has that, you know, they just need to drop in, get whatever they need and then go. And then of course we record the meeting so that we share that information afterwards so that anyone could see it that if they requested it.
My second question, thank you for that. The second question is, are we including condos and condo boards in this? I know we talk cluster, but as a condo resident, are we included?
Yes, absolutely. And we've had several condos attend the meetings and ask questions. So that opportunity for condo and condo management to participate is always available. I tend to find that more assistance is needed with clusters that are self-managed, not necessarily in the same situation as a condo that has a management company that can do some of the things that we hear the most about, except for cluster standards. And so one thing that we try and educate everyone on is that condos have cluster standards as well. It's not just cluster communities.
Yes, yes. Well, thank you. You've been great. And I think just to add to Bob's, it's wonderful to use them as our focus group. And that's something we haven't had before. So thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Good idea, Sarah and Bob, on tapping into that as a cluster, as a focus or survey, you know, activity that might help us. And
Bob's idea. Sarah just tagged along.
well done. It's good to have a train. Anyone else have questions of Cam on the cluster update, or Megan? I think we all applaud you for the fantastic work done in just 6 months. I mean, it's just yay. Absolutely yay.
Yeah.
So, okay, then we're going to move on and get this. We are right on time. 7:30 is when we're supposed to start the electric vehicle charging and DRB EV charging update. And as I understand it, Cam, you are going to be the lead hitter on this with the wrap up by Tom Mulcairn. So tell us.
Yes, absolutely. I'm just going to jump in with the presentation and start off with some overview and the concerns at hand. The use of EV electric vehicles has increased over the last decade. As we all know, anytime we turn around when we're in the car, there's a Tesla or some sort of other electric vehicle next to us or in front of us, and we all and ooh at the doors and the fact that it's less of a footprint than our gas guzzling vehicle that we're in. But multifamily unit owners such as condos, apartments, or non-garage townhomes do not independently own property to install these electric vehicle charging stations that are required to charge the vehicles without encroaching on their cluster or common area within their community. And so in consideration of the annual EAC RACER report, electric vehicle charging stations and electric vehicles should be discussed and considered as ways for Reston Association and its members to reduce our environmental impact. Clusters have already begun to receive requests related to installing electric vehicle charging stations for the exclusive use on cluster common property. This has been an ongoing thing, and the DRB has already reviewed several situations that we'll get into in the next couple of slides. But approximately 80% of the parking spaces within clusters total are not owned by the lot owner, but they are in fact owned by the cluster association as a common element for the benefit of all members who pay to maintain those elements. And so currently we're dealing with clusters having problems with what they should do with their cluster common area. And then also there's no established Reston Association guideline or standard for electric vehicle charging stations. So here's what we know. Several EVS stations have been approved by the DRB. Examples are on the following slides. There's an increase in EV owners in our area. Multifamily unit owners with EV are purchasing without adequate preparation or consulting cluster or RA guidelines. Some EV owners are extending charging cords over cluster common areas to charge their vehicles, posing serious safety concerns. And there is a desire to educate clusters on how to handle EVCS requests. So as we go through a couple of the examples that have been approved by the Design Review Board, on your left, there's a condo common. So anyone can use those charging station spaces in the condo association. It's on common area in their shared parking lot. The middle picture is a cluster private driveway. This cluster is lakefront, and it also, this particular home has a driveway and a garage, but instead the owner chose and elected to install a pedestal charging station outside of the garage. So we're currently noticing that this is not just limited to owners or members that don't have a townhouse garage or a single family garage or space to store their vehicles. It's much more than that. The last picture on the right is cluster common area and an assigned space, which basically means the cluster association maintains and owns all of the common elements in the parking areas, and each owner has either one or two assigned spaces within that parking lot to park their vehicles. The assigned spaces go with the lot, not necessarily with the member. The next slide shows another one. And as you can see, as we go through some of the pictures, all of the designs are different. They're not uniform. It's kind of inconsistent, hit or miss, what the installation looks like versus one cluster versus condo versus single family versus cluster with a garage townhome. The cluster common area, you see a parking space that is assigned, and it is installed specifically in an area adjacent an island or bay next to the parking spot. The cluster common space assigned space is another one in the middle where an owner has installed the charging station and bollards or posts to protect the station. And as you can see from the images, all of these have been DRB approved. So there's no question as to whether they should be there or not be there. They have been reviewed by the Design Review Board. And then you have the last photo, which is a single family carport where the single family home does not have a garage, but they do have a carport, and the charging station has been installed in the back behind the Tesla on a wall that's on the exterior of the home. And so as we all know, all exterior modifications do fall under the DRB's purview and do require either an application or a cluster to establish a cluster standard or something of that nature. So what is next? What is Reston Association? What are the things that Reston Association needs to consider? The decisions include to allow or not allow. Where should we allow these stations if we were to allow them? RA property, common cluster property, condominium apartment common property, single family, cluster, commercial. We need to be prepared to address these questions that are going to come in from all property owners. And should we establish a guideline and a maintenance standard for these stations? Some of the considerations that need to be given are liability and consultation with legal counsel. retain a consultant to assist with the review of applications and sign off on a finished installation at the member's expense. Staff is not a certified verification of how these stations are installed and if the electricity was installed properly. And I know a lot more people are more well educated on this topic than I am. So should RA have a consultant to help guide us through that process? What does RA support to clusters look like? Discussions with the working group, should a guideline be created? What does the guideline look at? Are we considering dimensions, style, color, bollards in front of the stations being a requirement, wood, plastic? What are the materials that we're looking at? And what are the materials that we've approved? The timeline for an established guideline could be as early as late fall or early winter, dependent upon the process. And then future goals for reducing environmental impact. I think I heard one member talk about the RA fleet of vehicles, transitioning those into electric vehicles that reduce the use of fossil fuel. And then, since this is a primary target topic for cluster associations, what is next for cluster associations? Cluster associations are discrete and separate entities. They are their own governing bodies. And so they need to come up with a decision whether or not they want to allow or not allow charging stations on common area. We're specifically talking about common area because, as we all may be familiar, there was Virginia legislation last year in April that is regulating electric vehicles and the installation on private property owned by members who wish to install them. And so should the cluster consider exclusive use paid by the owner or common use paid by the association? Should they establish a cluster standard? And some of the considerations as part of those discussions and decisions need to be consulting the community manager if they have a management company, consulting their attorney or their insurance carrier, who is responsible for maintenance. Some of the cluster common property violation enforcement is against cluster maintenance. And so what we've seen is all of the installations that were in some of the pictures previous, all of the EVCS items were installed on cluster common property, which means the cluster submitted the application in order to install it on behalf of the homeowner. And so the cluster needs to take into consideration their prolonged life of maintenance, if there is any maintenance. I think there was a topic of discussion earlier this afternoon about what maintenance is required for these stations. But it goes one step further in terms of what if someone accidentally hit it and we have a repair that's needed, and who's responsible? What's the timeline for that repair? What if they don't repair it? That violation would be against the cluster association, not the member who's installed that station in their assigned space. So all of these things need to be considered. The cost of the installation, whether they're going to remove it. Are there any grants or applicable rebates available? And I know that Dominion Virginia Power, Dominion Energy, does have some rebates available for EVCS installations. And so that's something that the cluster should consider looking into if that's something that they'd like to do. And then, of course, the accidental damage and liability concerns that come with installation of those stations on common cluster property. So I'm going to turn it over to Tom and let Tom take the next couple of steps.
Okay, thank you, Cam. Really appreciate that. Could you, I think in the packet, we also have the motions that will be brought up. If you could bring those up. There you go. I don't know if anybody could read that, but I'll read it real quickly at the end. I would like to thank Cam for all the work he's done, as well as Bob Petrine for assisting in getting this done, or at least getting the issue addressed. As Cam did mention, the use of electric vehicles in our area has grown over the last decade, and it's projected to be a sizable portion of future vehicles. I read an article today that GM is planning to end sales of gasoline-powered cars by 2035. So it's really just right around the corner. Full disclosure, my wife and I did purchase an electric vehicle in 2020. And since then, I've had multiple conversations with Reston members, those who have purchased a vehicle and those who are considering purchasing one. And they all wanted to know, what is Reston Association's policies on the installation of EV chargers? Currently, there is no existing DRB or covenants guidelines to assist the clusters in their desire to provide their members EV charging access. As Cam mentioned, we do have a number of members who have them installed, but there's just no guidelines. So we're asking the board to consider 2 motions for RA staff to research and return to the board of directors in the near term with their analysis and recommendations. I don't know if anybody, my screen is pretty small and I'm wearing glasses, but let me kind of quickly read through them then. Motion 1, move to direct RA staff to consult with DRB and Covenant staff to develop procedures as how to RA and the DRB and Covenants may assist clusters considering whether the installation of EV charging stations are possible or advisable on common and or on member property. DRB should consider design standards of such facilities and covenants for related concerns, if any, whether on common cluster property or on cluster member property. RA staff should provide an analysis of the elements to be considered by clusters in reaching such decisions regarding the installation and operations of such facilities. And then the motion 2, move to request RA General Counsel provide the board with a legal analysis of the potential risks, potential liabilities, and measures needed to address the installation and operation of electric vehicle charging facilities on cluster member property, cluster property and RA property as well, as potential liability to RA resulting from the installation of EV charging stations on cluster property. And then it's broken down into the analysis should consider the recent amendment to the Virginia Real Estate Cooperative Act regarding electric vehicle charging stations permitted, Virginia Code Section 551-1823.1. And then also current Fairfax County zoning requirements, zoning and permitting changes proposed by Fairfax County Planning Commission's ZMOD. That's it. So,
Those are the 2 motions.
yes, ma'am.
Shall we take one at a time? And would you like to make a motion on number 1? The motion 1 and get a second so we can discuss them?
Should I be the one to do it?
If you'd like to.
I make a motion to accept the first motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Hi, this is Ben. So I'm concerned about, I'm with you all in identifying the issue. I'm not sure if I agree with you on the solution, especially when you use words like DRB should consider design standards of such facilities. That makes me think that RA is undertaking in future or thinking about in future to undertake the efforts of actually maintaining these facilities. And I just want to be sure that some of you are shaking your heads as no. So can we make an amendment to this motion that it'll be a net zero expense in considering these design standards and this analysis? That's not going to cost ongoing consultant. I heard words about consultant. I heard words about revenue generation earlier. So I just want to make sure we are, you have to remember, we are coming out of a year where, we had some, we had, for example, the data loss, and that's one thing. So we definitely failed in the ability to maintain even our financial data at the most rudimentary level. Second, we definitely lack governance. We've seen that with the PPP loan episode. And finally, just let me remind the board, 2 months ago, we all were looking at spending $30 million in the next 10 years to maintaining our basic facilities of pools and talked about raising our assessment probably $100 in a year. So when I would say this is not a mature organization to take up any such projects, or mature as I would say it's not stable enough to take. I think we have to go back to the basics and just take care of what we already have rather than undertake any new assets or projects. I'm all in for coming up with design guidelines. RA is very good at it. I think we have DRB and Covenants and who have created guidelines more than fair share of guidelines, and I think we should be able to come up with some great guidelines. So that all is good. I just want to make sure that this does not end up into a project that just makes us further bankrupt.
I think if we read the motion, it is simply to direct RA staff to consult to develop procedures, whether or not RA DRB covenants may assist clusters, consider whether the installation of charging stations are possible or advisable. I don't think it's saying go do it, just as the way I read this motion. Bob?
Then I have the same concerns that you do about RA getting into the business of providing charging stations, but I think the way that Tom crafted this, it is by Virginia law, you can't, you're going to run into problems if clusters want to put in EV charging stations. The law now permits it. It does. There aren't standards as to what charging stations need to look like, but I think we will be behind the curve if we don't go these couple of steps to get to be prepared for it. Since, as Cam has already pointed out, they exist. And there will be a push for, within the clusters to do this. So we should be ready to take it on.
Okay, I'm with you in all of that. I just hope that what you and I think is not going to be lost.
I think the board as a whole will be, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to speak over you. That was implied of me. I don't think the board at this point, excuse me, okay. Go ahead.
Ben, finish what you were saying.
I was just going to say that I just don't want the intentions and the thoughts that we have now in this board to be lost a board or two down later, and then this gain momentum and be something else. So I admit and accept and agree with what everybody's thinking about. Guidelines are important, so I'm good with that.
Okay.
Any other comments with regard to this first one, that motion?
I just want small comment to put Ben's fears to rest. Cam added at members' cost. So Cam, that language better stay in there when you talk about consultant, about members' cost.
Yeah.
Meaning the cluster that wants it, not RA general membership. Am I right in that understanding?
Or the homeowner.
Yes, that's correct. So the idea would be to consider in creating or crafting a design guideline that maybe post the installation, someone would come out, a consultant would come out and verify that the installation was appropriately done. And that expense related to that consultant would be the member's expense, not the cluster or it could be the cluster, but it wouldn't be RA's expense.
And that would be part of what you would be coming back to us, since this motion asked you to develop procedures and bring those back to us. I think that one
good to know.
We were looking for, as I recall, at Buck, there was a time frame for this first motion to get some sense of when things might be able to come back and be shared with us. Do I remember that correctly, Sarah and Bob?
Yes. We had originally discussed like a 30-day turnaround, and Hank had mentioned that given current circumstances, that it would be could be 4 to 6 months before we could expect to have this put together, given the number of moving parts that have to all align in order to get it finished. The second motion, where we're talking about legal review, that's something that should be able to be done certainly by the next board meeting.
You're correct, because the second motion does include that within the next 30 days. And you're correct on the first one. This current board has a meeting in February and March, and then you skip April. So unless they were prepared to come back in March, we're probably looking at least May with first the new board. So to finish out the discussion on motion number 1, any more questions on that, or might we call for the vote on motion number 1? I don't see any other directors wanting to, we had a motion made by Tom and seconded by Sarah. May I have the aye votes on motion number 1?
Aye.
Okay, that was,
Aye from Ven.
okay, I believe it's unanimous. I think I see everybody's hands up, and verbal from Ben and Bob. So that one passes. Tom, would you like to make a second motion?
I'd like to make a motion, the second motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you again, sir. Discussion?
Discussion on motion number 2. This is the one that requests RA General Counsel within the next 30 days to provide the board with a legal analysis of potential risk, potential liabilities, and measures. Do I need to read the whole thing, or you should?
I think John has a question.
Yes, thank you. My concern for this, my only concern with this, I mean, it's a good idea, but it's whose liability are we asking our RA General Counsel to opine on? Tony has always said that he does not, and he ought not ethically give legal opinions to anyone but RA. And so I think we need to be very clear on whose and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but whose liability is it? RAs or the clusters or the cluster members liability that we want Tony to opine on, because I think he's limited and he can speak to that.
Tony, would you like to share your thoughts?
I can opine potential. There's 2 areas here that are of difficulty. One, John is correct. I cannot offer legal advice to anyone who's not my client. So my words are for the board only. The memorandum would be for the board only, and it would be inappropriate for a cluster to rely on any such legal opinion or for it to be shared. The second issue is I don't know the ins and outs of cluster associations. So I can look at what are the pitfalls in the road. I don't know what their insurance coverage is. So I can say, you know, hey, if you have a negligently installed charging unit and it blows up, these are the potential legal pitfalls. But I can only really say, you know, when it comes to RA, okay, we have a $25,000 D&O deductible. Does that apply? Yes or no? So if, you know, moving forward with the understanding that my words are going to be specifically tailored towards this organization, I think I can give something that meets everything that's in this motion. But again, we're going to have the, you know, managing expectations. There is a lack of knowledge. So, you know, I don't have a crystal ball as it pertains to the clusters.
So would you be able to, in responding to us within the next 30 days, include those limitations and guardrails, if you will, so that it's clear that where clusters may need to go get their own counsel?
Oh, you can be certain that it'll be in my analysis.
I do have a question that was raised by some of my notes. The analysis says we should consider the recent amendment to the Virginia Real Estate Cooperative Act. Was it that act, or was it in the Property Owners Association Act? Do we have the citation correct?
That is the specific citation addressing the issue, but it may be embedded in the larger POA, amendment to POA.
Okay.
They may go hand in glove, so it.
So we may need. Go ahead, Tony.
I'll look at it. We're not a cooperative, so you know, I'll look at the applicability. I haven't seen anything in POA specifically on this. Again, I'll look at that as well as part of my overarching research, and we'll get you the best answer we can.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So any response, you would come back, and if we cited the wrong specific Virginia code, you would tell us that. We don't have to solve that tonight.
Correct. And it's important to look, I mean, if Bob is aware that that's been looked at in that, you know, Virginia's going to match up its statute. So it's important to look at it anyways to see what's coming down the pike.
Mhm. Okay. Any other discussion on motion number 2?
Julie, could we hear the motion one more time, please?
Okay. Move to request RA General Counsel within the next 30 days to provide the board with a legal analysis of the potential risks, potential liabilities, and measures needed to address the installation and operation of EV charging facilities on cluster member property, cluster property, and RA property, as well as potential liability to RA resulting from the installation of electronic vehicle charging stations on cluster property. The analysis should consider the recent amendment to the Virginia Real Estate Cooperative Act regarding EV charging stations permitted, Virginia Code Section 55.1-1823.1, current Fairfax County zoning requirements, and lastly, permitting changes proposed by the Fairfax County Planning Commission's ZMOD. That is the motion. And we had a motion made by Tom and a second by Sarah. Any further discussion? I would like to call the vote. All ayes?
Aye from them.
Okay, ayes. And any nays? Like you were an aye, right? Or you an A? You're an A? Okay, I didn't know what came out of his mouth. He's a
Aye.
yes.
I'm an
Aye,
aye.
yes.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, unanimous. All right, thank you very much, Tom and Cam, for bringing this to us. I'm sure both EAC and clusters are quite happy about this. Thank you. All right. The next item on our agenda is really a discussion area, talking about transparency and the use of the consent calendar. The item of what does it mean to be transparent has come up in all the years I've been on the board, and certainly different interpretations of that. The use of the consent calendar over the years has also shifted to, I think some of us feel has gotten a little bit too many things on the consent calendar. I know fiscal and some others have indicated a concern about some of the resolutions that are, should they be there. I also noted tonight when Karen and I were speaking that, you know, member comments come after we've already approved the consent calendar. So in the flow of our agenda and discussion for the evening, by us adopting the consent calendar, it's almost like if members wanted to comment, it's a little bit after the fact. So certainly there could be some changes in the order in which we do it, but I did wish to bring that up. And we've also talked over the last number of months since Zoom and chat rooms have appeared in our lives and a different way of doing it. What does that mean? How does that most come into play? So I wanted to queue up the topic of what should be on a consent calendar. What does transparency mean? How do we handle appointments to, say, deeded committees that really, you know, something like a DRB or fiscal covenants, they all have the ability to, in a sense, make judgment over our members that perhaps they need a higher level of scrutiny from all board directors, not just at the Forum Bach. So I'm done queuing up the topic and I'm opening it up for discussion.
Madam President, I would ask, what is your what is your priority? Because those are a lot of topics, and each of us lead us into long discussions. Would you, how do you want to, do you want us to start with some rather than all of them?
I'd like to get a sense of what people feel should be on consent calendar, because that helps guide what we do both in Bach and as we come to it. So what's on consent? Does that affect how you view transparency? Let's start with that one. Where do you want to go with consent? And it's really a practice thing. It's not like it's in a resolution or we have to say, we make a motion. It's how do we feel about?
Like you have Mike.
Mike, I see Mike.
Okay, thank you. I mean, generally speaking, I have no problem with the consent calendar. And if a member thinks we ought to talk about something, they can pull it out. It's just incumbent on us to pay attention to what's in the consent calendar. And I think it's Bach that decides what should be on the consent calendar, what shouldn't. So there's at least some discussion of what should be there in the first place. And then, as I said, people can pull it off anytime they want. I do think you make a really good point, though, about when member comments come. I think it'd be easy to switch that so that comments come before the consent calendar. And that might make a board member go, yeah, you know what? I'm not so sure I want to approve something without discussion. So that's what I think.
John seems to be a thumbs up on the same thought process. Bob?
Yes,
Thumbs up on
I think
that
good
idea?
point.
Karen? What would that entail? I mean, it's not a big deal to do that, is it? I mean, Bach sets the agenda. Do they set the order of things as well?
Yeah.
I mean, so member comments could start coming before consent calendar.
Right.
I don't know any reason why they couldn't, unless Tony tells me that there's something embedded in some guidance for the
There's none.
property, owners association, but we could certainly look
We
at.
can have them whenever we want.
Right. Yeah. And if I had seen any more that were in the chat talking about EV, I would have opened it up for member comments on that as we talked about it. But
Madam President, just a point of information. In our Board and Association Operations Resolution 1, in section M2, all it says is an early portion of each meeting shall be set aside for member comments.
Okay.
So I think we have discretion within that language to put it wherever we judge best.
That's certainly one way to handle that. And how do people feel about generally resolutions? Do you think they ought to be on consent, or you think they ought to be in the main body?
I think it's a case by case. I mean, like I said, if it's just making, small changes to a resolution, then, or even if it's big changes, if someone wants to take it out of the consent calendar, then take it out of the consent calendar. It's not a big deal.
Right. Bob?
I would say in general, relative to resolutions, if we were making changes to become compliant with some law, rule, or regulation, it could probably be done by consent without much. I know, having served on Bach this year with you, Julie and Sarah and Ven, that we've had some very open and candid discussions about what should be in and what should be out. And I think we've arrived at what at the time were reasonable conclusions. And as Mike said, when all else, if a member brings up something that we hadn't thought about, it's perfectly acceptable to pull it off and treat it in the open meeting before everyone.
And to allow a further discussion on it, sure. I think, John, you were next.
Yeah, I agree with Mike, and I agree with Bob. With Mike, that it's a matter of judgment. I think you can have something minuscule that's a financial issue, but because it's minuscule, it's fine to have it on the consent calendar. I have seen board members in the past try to put very weighty resolutions being heard for the first time on the consent calendar. To me, that's an obvious bad thing. So I think it's judgment exercised in the first instance by the BOC. And then when it comes to the board, each of us has a veto. Each of us has a veto if we think it's unwise. So I would like to not make any rules, but just urge everybody to be thoughtful
Right.
and courageous.
It's part of why I wanted it to be a discussion. Karen?
Well, I was just gonna, yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. I also just wanted to add that we don't want to end up defeating the whole purpose of the consent calendar and just add more and more time to the meetings unnecessarily.
Right. The one we had tonight, you know, the beekeeping, or sometimes we have race approvals using some of our property. Those certainly seem like they should be consent calendar items.
And I think, you know, if we move member comments to before the consent calendar, that will eliminate a lot of the concerns.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Aaron or Tom, any thoughts on that?
I would say, you know, I would agree with what everybody said, and really the consent, it's so nice to have those things just added to that versus us sitting here and talking and having a meeting go to 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the morning. So if we can take care of the things that need to be taken care of in that regard, why change it?
Eric, did you have anything? Or Aaron?
I concur with the opinion of other directors.
Okay. The other item that we had there was something that I've thought a lot about is on the appointments, the personnel appointments, and whether or not over the years that that just by default got put on consent calendar, and whether or not there was a better way to handle it so that all board members did have an opportunity to understand the recommendation from Bach and be comfortable with that in a manner that respected our volunteers and their applications and their putting themselves forth. So that's kind of where the other one developed out of. And as I got to thinking about how some of the deeded committees, particularly DRB, covenants, fiscal, they have the opportunity to hand down judgments on our members, and perhaps that those were ones that should also have a bit more understanding by the full board on the appointments or the recommendations. So any thoughts about that idea?
So you either do it in talk.
Yeah, so this is Ben. I have some thoughts about the consent calendar. I can tell you what I do not want to see on the consent calendar, or the officers of the board or select members of the board making decisions and that slipping by for the rest of the board. It has happened in the past before, especially in past box, or possibly in all box, that decisions are made and put in the consent calendar without really giving thought that it could be necessary for consideration of the entire board. Yes, you can pull anything you want out of the consent calendar, but when it is presented to the board like that, the board is not really thinking about it, and it can slip past all the members of the board. The other thing I would like to see on the consent calendar is when officers get together and make decisions like directing staff what to do. I've reminded this to the board before, that the officers of the board are not an entity at all. They're not a legitimate entity at all for you to make decisions. So if you are making decisions like telling the staff, even if you direct the staff anything in an email and not tell the board about it, or if you are writing letters, sending it to the county, or asking the staff to look into a financial matter, you just cannot do that in vacuum without telling the entire board about it. And it has happened more than once in previous occasions, and that needs to be at least on the consent calendar to make sure that the entire board is aware of that. That's what I would like to see on it.
Mhm. All right. Other thoughts?
So just my comment was about the appointments, and if we're doing it 5 hours in Bach, let's do it 5 hours in Bach. I just don't want to see 5 hours in Bach and then 5 hours on the board meetings. So
Yeah, I think, I guess part of the way that I envision this possibly to work, Bach would still do what it does, you know, it still confer with, still do the interviews, still do the input from the committee chairs, still get the input from the staff liaison, make their recommendation. But instead of the the resumes and everything on the people appearing in the consent calendar the way they are, and having a little bit of an awkwardness in terms of any somebody being pulled off the consent calendar, that an executive session could be dealt with in personnel matters where you could quickly have the Bach present their recommendations. And if there were any questions by the rest of the board, they could ask them there. And you come out of executive session and you would, vote up or down on an appointment. It's kind of what I had in my mind, that would allow for all board members to participate or at least be comfortable with the selections.
Madam President, may I offer an observation?
Please.
While our resolutions don't specifically require them, when you have a new resolution come through, at least if I'm involved, the board's going to get a red line version and a clean version to look at. They're going to be able to see the changes. With appointments, they only get Bach's recommendation. And so my concern is not so much transparency, although it's always at the forefront of my thoughts. My concern is the duty of care, in that many board members, the vast majority of the board, is voting on these appointments with little to no knowledge of why Bach made this decision. And so you run into the situation where, is the acting, I don't want to say a rubber stamp, but are they rubber stamping Bach's decisions? And are you, in essence, violating your duty of care by not availing yourself of all the information you need to make that decision?
Tony, we go down this road, it kind of applies for legal as well. Then we're, second guessing our own committees, and then we're making super long meetings. And like Mike said, we can pull it out if we have a concern on one of the candidates. So, I know, just my 2 cents.
Again, well, for our legal committees, we report to the board anyways for our legal committee decisions. And the board has the opportunity to question Cam on that. I am just offering an observation. Again, I don't, I want whatever is in the best interest of the association, but it's just a food for thought.
The legal committee, those decisions are always brought to the full board in an executive session, and they're reviewed. So it's not that it's part of a consent calendar. So Karen.
Well, I'm just concerned in cases where there is more than one applicant for a committee position, the board wouldn't know that. All we know right now is the approval of who Bach's choice is on the consent calendar. And so, I don't think that's necessarily a good thing for the board to be rubber stamping something when we don't have all of the information.
Well, then it would suggest that all committee assignments should be selected by the entire board. Because right now, the way that the responsibilities of Bach are set up, the 4 members on Bach are making those decisions.
No, they're making a recommendation, and that's
yeah, but
distinction.
that's.
I prefer to putting it on the consent calendar. It becomes a de facto decision rather than really a recommendation that could be discussed. My heartburn is this is a personnel matter. These are our volunteers, and I think that they deserve not to have everything out forever and ever on YouTube and Zoom and chat about themselves. Should they be pulled
Agreed.
from
Agreed.
a consent calendar? That's where, so my thought was this might be a way to simply do it, is have a, an next session, personnel matters, box says, here's who we've recommended, here's why, everybody okay with it, done. Aaron.
Did you say Aaron or Karen?
No, you.
Okay, I think it probably varies case by case. And I think the board operations committee can be trusted with these matters. I think in the case where there is one opening and there is one volunteer, and the operations committee interviews that person and finds them of sound mind and body, and then they recommend them, that's probably okay to put on the consent calendar, because there's not going to be much discussion and so forth. I think in the case where there's several volunteers and Bach agonizes over and then recommends one over the others, maybe Bach shouldn't put it on the consent calendar then, but rather put it in a
executive session on personnel matters.
Exactly. Yes. And I think Bach has that freedom already. This is just a procedural thing
Exactly.
that committee could do. And looking ahead about, hey, are we going to want to field questions, or are people going to have questions, and get ahead of that?
Yeah, I think that's why I said this isn't like we have to make take a vote or make a policy. I wanted an open discussion about how do you feel? Certainly, I agree with you. We have many volunteers that re-up, right? They're on their second re-up or their third, and to your point, there's only one person applying. So anyways, sorry, Karen.
That's exactly what I was saying. I mean, I don't think we need to do it if there's one person. But in the case of two, and it would still be Bach's recommendation to the board. Wouldn't take that away from them, but it would be, I think it would be good for the full board to know why one recommendation over another. That's all. So, I'm just reiterating what Aaron was saying and putting a punctuation mark on what I said.
I think we all agree with Aaron. That was very eloquent of you to put it out there that we trust Bach. The point is the other volunteers, they're in the Bach packet. If if the board members were interested in looking at the other candidates. Also, when Bach is having trouble with the decision, we can, like Karen said, obviously come to the full board and say, hey, we're having a tough time with this, guys. So we're grown-ups. I think we can handle it.
So that's good, healthy discussion on that topic. Yes, who's trying to talk?
No, I was, but I'll pass.
I'll just say that I like Aaron's solution.
Good. Good guidance for all of us then on that topic. The last thing back to John, your point about what did I want to do. We've had a series of discussions, informal discussions about Zoom and chat. So I did take it upon myself to try to gather information about Zoom and chat and how it works, what we can do and not do. I don't know that according to the agenda, we actually are past our talk time on this particular agenda item. So it might be worth just having that chat stuff out there so you can think about it over the next couple weeks, or if you'd like to have a few thoughts shared amongst us all tonight, that would be fine too. Bob.
I know there have been a couple meetings right at the outset when we first began to use Zoom that we had some disruptive chats. And then there were chats between participants. But I found by and large, the chat function has been fairly additive to the discussion. People have pointed out, as Erwin did with the reference to the statute on electric charging, that there are clarifying that if we made an error, I think it's very positive. And it gives the members an opportunity to participate. If at all possible, if we could collect that information so we could react to it, that would be wonderful.
Yeah, I think part of the question is, should there be a resource dedicated to capturing those and following the chat? You know, Zoom is certainly different than the chat ones I'm familiar with Cisco WebEx or Microsoft Teams, I think. But so there are some limitations there, but there's workarounds. And as you say, I think as we've all gotten comfortable over the last X number of months and in learning Zoom and Zoom etiquette, it's certainly helped us. But there is a comparison if, let's say tomorrow, the governor says you can't meet virtually anymore, right? Well, then we're back to our other format and Zoom wouldn't be part of those in-person meetings. So other people's thoughts on it? John.
So I'm not sure where I am about having the chat function open throughout the meeting. I don't know. I tend to think, especially in this COVID time, if properly exercised, and that's a big if, people, I tend to want to let them have the opportunity to express their opinions on chat. However, when my friend Erwin suggests a stronger position of that this chat function should be kept open during the entire meeting and we should pay attention to what is said in chat, I don't know that we have the capacity to do that. And the word should is a little strong, because certainly we are required through the Property Owners Association Act to have a designated period, as they call it, during the meeting to allow owners to comment on any matter that they want to comment on. And we echo that in our own documents. And we say that I've already cited an early portion of each meeting shall be set aside for members' comments. That same Board and Association Operations Resolution 1 says a bit later, the president may, but shall not be obligated to, recognize for up to 1 minute each members who wish to comment on a specific agenda item during the Board of Directors discussion of such item. So the burden is on the president, and it's a very difficult discretionary power she has there, or he, to grant that additional permission. And Robert's Rules of Orders, which, as it says, our documents also, our bylaws say that our meetings are supposed to be governed by Robert's Rules of Order as appropriate. Our bylaws add the word as appropriate. So Roberts gives complete control to the president to control non-member attendees, non-board member attendees' ability to make comments. And that's important because we are the deliberative assembly of Reston Association. We have the fiduciary obligation under state law to deliberate, to exercise care and deliberate and come up with good things. And if we have too many extraneous things, we're not going to be able to do it. But if we're not open to new suggestions, we're not open to it. And I think the presidential discretion to recognize people as he or she sees fit is the appropriate thing. And so I don't see us absolutizing this. And certainly if people begin to make offensive and inappropriate comments on chat, we would have to evaluate the continuation of chat. That is not appropriate in a meeting of our association. And so there are many factors to consider. I tend to want to continue the chat function, if not abused, but I don't think we can guarantee. I cannot follow the conversation and be looking at my notes and looking at the chat room at the same time. I just can't do it. Now, others may be able to multitask better than I, no doubt. But you know, we can't guarantee that. We can't guarantee that.
Yeah, and certainly, I think I missed saying it at the beginning of this meeting that, you know, while we will have chat room on for the meeting, you know, we're not guaranteeing you that we will read it or respond to your comments. And I'd forgotten my little disclaimer there up front tonight, as I have a headache. That's all I can say. So I'm working through it. Okay, Karen.
Okay, I am very much opposed to having the chat function on, and I want to be perfectly clear. I in no way wish to stifle input from the membership, but I think just because we're in a pandemic and we have Zoom and it happens to have this chat function, doesn't mean that we should use it. And I, as far as member comments go and the president's discretionary ability to allow them at various points in the meeting, I think that's fine. That does not require the chat function. So, you know, I just think that it's inappropriate for a board meeting. And John, I agree with you. I find it very distracting, and probably some people don't, but we're trying to conduct a lot of business here that takes a lot of concentration. And I just don't think the chat function is an appropriate way for members to communicate with us during board meetings. So that's the story.
Any other thoughts? This really was meant to be a discussion. So Mike?
Yeah, I'm a little bit torn. On the one side, I figure, what the hell? You know, let people chat as much as they want to chat. And you should get that admonition that there's no guarantee any board member is going to look at it or respond to it. We're not obligated to do either of those things. But I find myself looking at it now and then. There's always a little downtime. And I find it sometimes informative, usually not, frankly. But I guess I respect Karen and John's position that it's like, look, it's distracting. And furthermore, sort of to Tony's point, should we be distracted by the chat? Probably not. You probably shouldn't be looking at the chat because it may have nothing to do with what we're talking about at any given moment. So we're not exercising a duty of care when we're chatting, when we should be paying attention.
Some level of personal responsibility.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there is that. You know, there are certainly matters where you don't care, frankly, or you don't. No, I shouldn't say that. You always care, but you don't need to. You don't need to. always care. I didn't say.
Hey, we're not even at midnight yet.
A little bit.
Perhaps you were already so well versed in a subject that you don't need additional information from staff presentation or what have you, that you are certainly exercising a duty of care and reading the chat at the same time. I think some people can do that. But I guess it's a long way of saying I could go either way. You know, I don't necessarily find a compelling reason to get rid of it. And I think members can be judicious in how often they're looking at it. And if they're not, then they're not doing their job as a board member. If you're just looking at the chat the whole time, you shouldn't be. You shouldn't be. Period.
All right, Aaron, did you have anything, or Sarah, before we move on to the next one?
Aaron, do you want to go before me?
Well, sure. I'll try and keep it short. I'm torn as well. The thing I think the biggest risk is I don't want to create an entitlement so that we run into problems if something comes up and we have to shut the chat down, that we don't get in trouble for that. Right? I don't see a problem with leaving it on as long as it doesn't get out of control, but it's something that's a convenience. But if for some reason we had to turn it off, it shouldn't invalidate the board meeting, right? So I wouldn't want to put any structure around, oh, we're definitely going to offer it and all this sorts of things. Because if people come in and that goes south, we got to shut it down. We have to keep going with our meetings.
And Sarah, and that'll be the last comment if it's all right, and we'll move to the next topic. But go ahead, Sarah.
I get the final say in this? Wow. Well, can I have a quick question for Mike? Do we know how many participants we have on this meeting other than the board members and staff? Because my rough count is 5.
It says 24 on the participants tab.
Yeah, but a lot of it is staff and board members logged in twice. Well, okay, roughly go with the numbers we get. It's 5, or maybe even if we're looking at half and half, it's not that many. If we're removing chat, then I would strongly suggest we take away member engagement on any of our goals. Because we keep saying we want members to talk to us, and then when they do try to talk to us, we want to shut them down. You can ignore it, make a statement, don't access chat. But we heard from Cam about how useful chat is. We've seen Julie quote things from chat today. It's yes, when there's inappropriate comments, take them down. It's not a big deal. But for most part, I find it useful. And if our members were in the room with us, they are definitely allowed to have conversations between themselves. We're not going to isolate them and say, you can't talk to each other. So this is offering them that opportunity. I'm obviously a strong supporter of chat. So,
right.
Like, you don't get the last say. It was me.
No, can I agree with you?
Let Mike have the last say. Okay, one more.
Sarah, is it okay if I agree with you? You know, one thing I didn't mention, and frankly, a chat just popped up to remind me of this. Thank you, John Farrell, which is it allows members to talk to each other. It doesn't have to be just all about us. The members can communicate with each other. I think that's a really good thing. They don't necessarily have that opportunity at other times. So I'm on team chat.
Okay, then. That's the end of that portion of our discussion tonight, our agenda item. I thank you very much for sharing your thoughts on many topics there. Now I'm going to ask Karen if you could take us to the next one, which is code of conduct. Seems really good follow-on to transparency.
I would be happy to. Okay, well, so most of you probably know, maybe all of you know that there have been many BGCs that have been working on developing a code of conduct or a code of ethics over the years. With nothing final to put forth. There is, just as a reminder, there is a stipulation in the conflict of interest resolution that we did last year that says that non-economic conflicts of interest will be dealt with in a code of ethics to be developed. And there is also something in the committee's resolution under responsibilities of BGC that says they will be responsible for developing a code of conduct. So that said, we've been plugging along on this for a long time. And this year's BGC, Mike Collins and I sort of worked on this and made some presentations to the committee and sort of ran into the same problems that previous committees have run into, which is what really are we trying to do here? And you know, if we are going to come up with a code of conduct, how is it going to be enforced? And we went round and round about that. So what we finally decided is that we wanted to put it forth to the full board and get some direction. And a big thank you to Mike for sort of putting it in a very clear and concise format that says exactly what this committee wanted it to say to you. And so we have presented 5 options going from on one extreme, do nothing, and to the other extreme, be punitive. And we just want some feedback. Do we need to do anything? Do we maybe need to do a combination of these options? So we would like to know how you feel. And Mike, I'm going to turn it over to you if you have anything further you want to say.
Yeah, sure. Do you want me to walk through each of the options? And
well, yeah, we can if you want to go ahead and do that, or I can do that.
Right. I'll go ahead and do it since I did most of the work on it. Not to claim it, but to accept responsibility for it. Put it that way. But can someone share it? I'm not able to do that.
Is anybody on that can? I can.
Mike, Leon, can you pull that up out of the packet?
It's item I.
Sure, just give me a second to find that in the packet.
Sure. Item I, Mike.
Page 55, Mike.
Yep, I'm zooming there.
I did have a little input in this, by the way, but it was mostly Mike. His lawyer brain was able to do it.
The whole committee had input into it. That's for sure, and that's why we had to do it. We had to kind of crystallize the different options that we looked at, and it all stemmed from.
You really nailed down exactly what the options were. So
thank you. Well, as Mike's getting to it, all stemmed from what are we trying to do here? You know, what is the problem that we're trying to address? Has there been a lot of misconduct? Has there been a lot of conduct that we don't want to see? Is there some conduct that we like, that we want to encourage? And that's kind of what the first one gets to, is like, well, look, what is the problem here? Is there a problem? And if there's not a problem, do you need to do anything? Now, that doesn't mean you have to have a problem in order to do something. You might want to get in front of problems. You might want to do something because it serves other purposes. But what is the goal that we're trying to achieve? And we don't, if no one can pin that down, if no one can really say so, then what are we doing? Because I'm telling you, we struggled to come up with that very basic question. So that's kind of option number one, is do nothing.
Yep. Mike, those options are on the screen.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then the other option, and this came from Hank and other people chimed in on as well. You know, do we have to have a code? Is it really necessary for us to put down on paper that you should not be a jerk, that you should do your job, that you should disclose conflict of interest? You know, those sorts of things. We're all grown-ups here, and maybe we don't need to have a list of 10 do's and don'ts. But it doesn't mean we can't foster a culture. This is John's words. Foster a culture of good ethics, of good conduct, of how to work well with each other. One thing that came up on it over and over again was how to disagree without being disagreeable. there's lots of ways you could do that. I think workshops, I think that was Hank that threw up that idea. You know, maybe we have a quarterly workshop, or maybe quarterly in each quarterly board meeting, or you know what I mean. We have a session that says, hey, here's an ethical problem or that we ought to talk about as a group, not necessarily a specific one, but maybe just a general one. So to get people thinking about this concept, and we could have some applied examples, things like that. And then now we're getting into, all right, yes, let's have a code. Let's have a list of things. And the first option is to be aspirational. What are the things we want people to do? You know, to disagree without being disagreeable, to show up on time, to not lie, cheat, or steal from the organization. Things like that. Then third, the fourth one is, you know, more in the don'ts. And you could combine these two. I guess I already threw out a don't, which is don't lie, cheat, or steal. You know, you could think of other don'ts, whatever I have. You know, don't berate the staff, or don't accept bribes. You know, that's a fairly obvious one, but I suppose we could put that on a list of don'ts. You could combine the do's and the don'ts. That's what we tried to do when we came up with our list. But each one had there were issues on every single one of them. And then the last thing is all right, if you're going to have a code of conduct, if you're going to have do's and don'ts, what's the point if you're not going to make it enforceable? You know, some people would say, what is the point if you're not going to make it enforceable? Some people say, well, look, just have it, and we'll hope that people will abide by it, and that's okay. But others felt, and I'm in this camp, that if you are going to have this, and I'm not necessarily in favor of it, if you're going to have this, you have to have some consequences if people don't adhere by it. I mean, and that does two things. One, it hopefully gets people to comply, and also says to our members, like, look, we don't just have a code, we actually are going to hold ourselves to it. So that's the range of things that we looked at. Any questions about that?
Mike, I have a quick question. Can we enforce it? Do we have the right to?
Well, the things we looked at was certainly we could censure someone. You know, you could. There's nothing that would prevent us from slapping somebody on the wrist, something like that. The trickier part is where people could be removed from committees. That's certainly an option. I can think of other things that aren't at all controversial in a legal sense. The thing that's maybe a sticking point is whether you could remove a board member. Without getting into the legalese on this, it's not 100% clear that we could do that. There are legal opinions out there from Chadwick, and I guess, well, let me say there's differing opinions on it. There's some that say we can, some that say we can't, and that's just something the board would have to work its way through.
Thank you.
If you're
Go ahead.
if you're asking for an opinion, I'm for doing nothing. And it's not because it's not for the obvious reason that it is. These are things that people should do. When perhaps as Hank, I believe Hank or one of you all have suggested at the outset of seating a new board, you talk about these very high-minded principles, and I think leave it at that. It's been a number of years since we've had almost fistfights at board meetings. People have been much more reasonable in discussing their opinions. And even then, it was nothing happened. So,
all right. Yeah.
Don't we have a reference in our conflict of interest to a code of conduct?
Right. Yeah, I mentioned that when in my introduction to this. Yes, that non-economic conflicts of interest would be dealt with. A code of ethics as yet to be developed. But if the feeling of the board is just go with option one, that could be easily removed with an amendment.
And it seems like we sometimes say code of conduct, sometimes we say code of ethics.
Yeah, we've gone back and forth.
Yeah, we bounce back and forth on that, and it doesn't seem to matter really. Because ethics drive conduct, right? So cart before the horse, what have you. Just as long as I have a second here, I think the other thing to consider though is it even doable? You have to ask yourself, yeah, we have a problem, but is it in our capacity to fix it? And I think the attempts to do this suggest that maybe not. It's been tried at least twice that I know of, and I bet you that it's been done even well before this, and nobody was able to do it. And I'm not sure why we need to attempt and fail to reinvent the wheel again.
I remember many, many meetings that Erwin and I both were at on such a topic, and we got nowhere.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, and there's a reason. There's clearly a reason. And basically what we want to say, like Mike said earlier, is just, it could be done in one line. Don't be a jerk.
Any other thoughts from people? John?
Well, I'm a long time outlier on this. I've been involved in this ever since I've been on the board, and I believe that pardon me.
Well, that was an interesting.
Unauthorized Skype. I suffer from these. Anyway, so I've been working on this as long as I've been on the board. And, I believe in a code of ethics or a code of conduct. It can be aspirational or restrictive or a combination. And I don't like the term punitive. I like the word Mike used otherwise, enforcing. So the option 2 and 3 talk about what kind of norms are you going to have in your code? Are they going to be asking people to aspire to be one way and to act one way? Or they're going to be restricting us from behaving in a bad way? But both of those can be applied. They can be enforced either by encouragement or coercive enforcement. So there are various ways to do it. I think frequently when things have happened in RA, we say that shouldn't happen. That should not be permitted. But we do not have a norm, a written norm that we can present and confront someone with and say, we've agreed that we will not behave in this way. And there are consequences if we do. I believe that's very important. I belong to I've said this many times, I belong proudly to the International City Management Association for 25 years. And people were so proud to belong to that because they had a code of ethics that if you violated it, it started out with a private censure, became a public censure, and then you were expelled from ICMA, and you could not get a city manager's job in any decent city if you were expelled. The same thing that happens with attorneys, with the Bar Association. Mike Sanyo, who worked with us on this for a couple of years, the same thing is true of the American Association of Engineers, that if you violate it, private censure, public censure, and then expulsion. So, and we were proud of that. We in ICMA were proud of that. So I believe that we can hope that no one will do ill, but people have. And when we did research back in 2017 on this, we found out some really bad things that people did. So if there are various ways to enforce it. It can be by encouragement. It could be by compulsion, encouragement or compulsion, and they can be aspirational or restrictive or both. But if we don't have a standard, we can wring our hands. We might individually go up to someone and say, "You ought not be doing that," and they say, "Why? Who says so?" So, but if we're not going to enforce it, we should not have one. We should not have one because we will be embarrassed because we have a code that we do not enforce, and that's worse than not having a code.
Yeah, I think we had a little bit of that on the conflict of interest many years ago where we spoke of it, but we didn't have anything that said these are the guidelines. Karen and Mike, I guess my ask back to you is, are you asking for the board to pick one of these directions, to not pick one, tell BGC what they should do, spend more time on, or do you simply want us to think about this for another month? I mean, where are you? What is your ask of us tonight?
Right. I think we need more feedback. I mean, so far I've heard from John and Karen and myself and Bob, but other people not on the board on the BGC, not so much. I mean, I guess general feedback. Do you think we should keep going or not? And we need to have some guidance as to which lane you want us to be in. Do you want us to not go down the enforcement path? If you don't want us to go down the enforcement path, great. We don't have to do that. If you want to say never mind, that's okay too. That'd be my position. But we need some guidance because we're ordered to do it by a resolution. So we can't stop until you tell us we can.
I have to fix the one that's got the conflict of interest if we're not going to have such a thing. Sarah, I think you were next.
I'm gonna take the lead here and kind of follow Bob. I'm gonna make a motion and say we take this off BGC's plate. If there's anybody to second, and we can always come back to it later. If another board wants to add it, they can do it. For now, I think we've tortured you guys enough. So my wish would be to take it off BGC. If anybody would like to second.
Second.
Bob Patroon seconds.
Okay.
Is there any further discussion on that motion?
Bob needs to say something.
I've operated in when I was in public service under a code of conduct because there were distinct borders. There was an expectation that you could only do certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And there were, as John has suggested in his environment, there were consequences.
Right.
Here, some of the, without being specific, the things that have occurred would typically be so obvious that a group of the directors could speak to the person and say, this conduct cannot exist any longer. If it does, we are going to publicize it. You don't have to put it in a newspaper, but we can. But do you need a policy to do that? I don't think so.
No. Yeah, absolutely, Bob. And I'm sorry I'm talking again, but you keep making me think. That we could do all of these so-called enforcement actions. We can do that without a code of conduct. There's nothing that says we have to have one.
Aaron, any thoughts, or Tom? I see no from Tom and No from Aaron? Okay, I'm going to call the vote on that. Oh,
I have a question of Tony, Julie, before we vote. So if this, Tony, if this board votes to
take it off the
direct
plate.
BGC to put it away.
We need another motion to.
Does that mean we have to amend the conflict of interest policy and the committee's resolution?
I don't know how you're going to move forward with this motion. You could defer it indefinitely, in which case neither have to be done.
Okay, because another board might want to take it up.
Exactly.
Right. Okay.
My motion is exactly what Tony just said.
Wish to defer it indefinitely.
I guess I'd prefer to take it out of that other resolution, because then we have it sitting there.
How about if we can still defer, right? And then we can have a second motion that takes it out of. Neither two different things. One saying go create one, and the other one saying get the reference out of there so that it's not in conflict.
How about this for a motion?
I'm sorry, Tony, go ahead.
Move to defer consideration of a code of conduct by this board indefinitely and direct the BGC to review the conflict of interest resolution to remove any reference of a code of conduct.
I think that's what Sarah said.
I was going to say.
That's what I seconded.
I was going to say, Tony, we may only need to, I have to look at the language, but it may just be a matter of putting the word may in there in place of.
You can work it out at BG.
Will. But we can take a look at that.
That's right. So we have a motion and a second, so eloquently stated by Tony for us. And may I take a vote on that? All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ben's not with us anymore. Who am I missing?
John.
I'm voting nay.
Yes, that part I assume. So we had 7 yes and 1 nay.
1 absent.
And 1 absent. All right, John. You got another. There you go. That one settles that one for the moment. Okay. Karen, you're still on for BGC update on Finance Res 10.
Okay. All right, so this is just going to be a brief progress report because as you all know, last July in wake of the canceling of the summer camps due to COVID, there was concern expressed by some members and some board members that we needed to take a look at our governing documents with regard to the CEO's authority to do things like that. So we were directed along with the fiscal committee back in July to take a look at Resolution 10 budget amendments, thinking that that was the place to address these concerns. So indeed, we have been doing that since September. And the more we looked at that, backwards, forwards, upside down, sideways, we came to the conclusion that what we needed to do rather than look to amending Resolution 10 to deal with these concerns was to develop a whole new resolution for CEO emergency powers. So that is the path we are currently on. I believe we're making some good progress there, but just wanted you to know that we are leaving Resolution 10 alone for now and concentrating on developing this new resolution, which depending on what the content ends up being will either be an assessment and finance resolution or a board ops resolution. And that's where we are. I just want the membership to know and the board members who are not BGC members to know that we are still 100% committed to getting this done and addressing and resolving these member concerns. and we take them very seriously. But just wanted you all to know that this is our course of action right now. So stay tuned. And if any of the BGC members want to add to that, feel free.
Thank you, Karen. Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, let's move to our next one, which is communications report and update. Mike Leone, and we are only 20 minutes behind. Go for it, Mike. Is that our calming water sound that we get from the TV sometime? Take a breath for a couple minutes. Mike, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
There we go. Okay, sorry about that. Was having a little trouble with my internet connection. So real quickly, I'd like to provide you with an update tonight on where we stand with the website design process. As you may recall, I came before the board last summer and we outlined a timeline for the new website platform for our members. So this evening, what I want to do is just provide you with a brief update on where we stand currently, talk a little bit about some of the feedback that we've received from members so far, and then give you kind of a projected timeline over the next few months and where we stand with the project and where we're headed. Okay, so back last summer when I met with the board, the feedback that I received from the board was that there was a significant importance on collaboration and community input. And what I'm going to share tonight is just some early feedback that we received from members. We've been focusing on really two pieces of community feedback. The first was a member survey, and I'll talk a little bit about some of that feedback in a moment. And then recently, during the months of December and January, we've been focusing specifically on getting focus group information with members and internal business partners. Back when we met last summer, we had talked about doing at least 2 focus groups with members. As you'll hear from the update I'm going to give in a moment, we've actually spent more time on focus groups than just 2 in the process. So essentially, our quantitative research was a survey monkey that we did between October 16th and November 13th last fall. We had 239 members actually participate in that survey. And we did a significant amount of outreach and promotion. We had multiple articles in RA News last fall. We had a news release on the website. It was also the very first time that we had used a pop-up feature on the website. So the minute you went to the website, a pop-up appeared asking you to participate in the website survey. And then there were also, we were very fortunate to get 2 articles in Reston Now. So they actually promoted the survey a couple of times. And for those of you that are Nextdoor users, we also had a message on Nextdoor inviting members to participate in the survey. So the survey we did during that period of time, we had 239 respondents. Since that time, we've really been focused on qualitative research. And we've actually focused on a number of groups. The first is RA staff. So back in December, we started a series of internal focus groups with staff, in particular, our high users of the website, Parks and Recreations, Covenants and DRB, CSF and Environmental, and we even did a focus group with our senior leadership team. All of them provided feedback on how they're currently using the website, what some of the challenges are with the existing website, and in particular, what would they like to see in a future website. This week, we were focused on our members and the RA board. So earlier this week, we did 2 focus groups on Monday and Tuesday night. We had we had invited about 30 members to participate. We did pretty significant promotion, RA News, website promotion. Reston Now had an article. We had about 38 members that expressed an interest in participating in those focus groups. In particular, we had 15 in each focus group that were actually registered to attend. Unfortunately, as things would typically happen with focus groups, plans changed for some of them. We actually had smaller numbers in each of those 2 groups. But as I'll share with you in our February meeting, we've got some pretty significant feedback from those groups. And interestingly enough, a lot of the feedback we received was very parallel and similar from both groups. So we got some very helpful feedback from our members. And then yesterday we conducted a focus group for the RA board. And I know a number of you participated in that session yesterday afternoon. Some of you didn't, but I know some were able to make it. And we spent about 90 minutes doing a focus group with the board yesterday afternoon. We have one more focus group scheduled for next week, and that's with the Environmental Advisory Committee. And the EAC, as the board knows, is a pretty heavy user of the RA website, have a significant amount of information, will be a good source of feedback on the current website, what they like, what they don't like, and what they'd like to see in the future so that we can ensure the website meets the needs of all of our users. So here's a little bit about what we heard. Tonight, I'm going to focus on what we heard in the survey last fall that we sent out. And just as a reminder to the board, back in the December 17th board packets, there was a copy of an executive summary from some of the survey feedback that we received. So I'm going to just pull off some of the significant highlights that we received. Not surprising, the website to our members is the second most popular source of information that they go to about Reston Association. The first for a lot of them is the activities guide that gets mailed to their home. Those that are using the website, their most significant content uses or functions are paying their annual assessment, purchasing or getting pool and tennis information, programming, registering for Parks and Recreation's activities and programs, and then cluster information and design standards. And again, a lot of that information, as I'll share next month when I talk about the information that came out of the focus groups, these 4 significant areas of use by our members aligned with the feedback that we received in the focus groups. And again, cluster information and design standards were right up there in both our survey and in our focus group. And essentially, more than 45% of our members surveyed are interested in receiving push notifications, whether it's by email or SMS text. I think that's not a surprise to the board. We've been hearing that consistently at board meetings. We've been hearing that over the past few years, that more and more members are interested in getting information pushed to them, not just come to a website or go to social media and pull that information down. But there is almost a 50% interest in those that participated in the survey and also in the focus groups, that there's more of a demand and need to have us push information out to them. Almost 60% of our members surveyed said they'd like to have a website with some level of two-way interactivity. as I spoke last time with the board, our current website is very much a one-way website, what I refer to traditionally as a billboard website. We post information on the website. Members can go there and read the information, but there's no real two-way interactivity that happens through the website. Almost 60% said they'd like some level of interactivity with them. And when they're conducting business with RA online, it's primarily, again, to pay assessments, register for programs and activities, pull cluster design standards. They'd be interested in reporting amenity and facility issues through our website. So, for example, if we had online forms and a member was out at a tot lot, and they saw a piece of tot lot equipment that needed maintenance or repair, the ability to be able to submit an online form requesting the repair. Online DRB applications. Currently, the DRB applications, you can download it, fill it out, and email it back to us. And as Cam and the Covenants team shared with us, the ability to do an online DRB application would be helpful not only to RA, but also more convenient for members to do to interact with us. They want to see interactive event and meeting calendars. And again, that's feedback we've kind of consistently heard over time. And again, they want to be able to interact with RA back and forth through the website regarding covenants issues. Almost 55% of our members surveyed would like to give and receive feedback, again, via an online engagement platform. So again, right now, we're not conducting transactional business in any respect with our members. We're taking them places. If they want to pay their assessment, we have a link that will take them to the Member Suite portal where they can pay their assessment. They want to be able to do more of that transactional business through the website. So we also wanted to know what were the primary reasons that our members are visiting our website. Almost 92% are visiting the website for news and information, news and announcements, what's going on within the association. Again, meeting and event calendars. They're coming to the website to find out when are our meetings, where are our activities, and when are they happening. They're coming for new resident information. Everything from maybe how do I fill out a DRB application if I want to do some work on my new property. It may be as simple as I don't know who to call for electrical service, or who do I call for my cable TV service. So we're hearing more the need for the website to contain a variety of information to help new residents that move into the community. Clearly, COVID-19 has been a significant reason, at least this year, that members have been visiting the website. They want to know what's going on with our facilities, our programs and activities, impact on the pools, and they're going to get our social media links and feeds. There's a lot more detail in the executive summary as you move down the list of other things they go into the website for. Those are the top 6 things that they're primarily interested in visiting the website. We also asked them about new features. What is it they'd like to see moving forward? Things like online chat capability, SMS text alert, and email push notifications. And we also asked them about their desire to have a mobile app that they can use on their mobile device. So one of the things we asked them was if we were to develop a standalone mobile app. Now, this would be different from the website being shrunk down into a mobile optimized format, which currently our website today, you can pull it up on your mobile phone, and basically it shrinks down to fit into your screen. But as you probably know, lots of organizations have a very separate standalone application that has a limited number of functions, the things members would commonly use if they were in a mobile environment. They don't need access to the full website. So we essentially ask members, what would be the primary content or information items you'd like to see on a mobile application? Told us the ability to pay for their recreation passes through an application, being able to do program activity registrations, pay their assessment online, locate amenities and facilities. So if they're out and about in the community and they're looking for a tot lot, or they're looking for a pool, to be able to locate that on a mobile device. Get member assistance. Can they interact with member services? Pool schedules, some basic nature and environmental information. And again, the ability to report online amenity and facilities issues. So for example, if a member were on a pathway, a trail, and they saw a downed tree along the trail, the ability to be able to, on an app, instantly report that downed tree so that our central services facilities team could then go out and take care of that issue. And then the last thing is trail maps. Currently today, our trail maps are in print form. And we've had members say they'd be interested in having trail maps in a mobile format and ideally with GPS capability. So again, if they came across something along a pathway or a trail and they wanted to report something to RA staff, they could denote through GPS exactly where the issue is that they'd like our staff to look at. So what I want to do is kind of update you on the timeline, where we are today and what we see happening with the website project over the next 3 to 5 months. So if you look at the January 2021 on the timeline, so we are still engaged in conducting stakeholder focus groups. As I mentioned, we've completed all but the EAC focus group next week. So once that has happened, we can compile all of the focus group information, much like we've compiled the survey data in an executive summary. We'll be doing the same thing with the focus group data. We're in the process, we're working very closely with Clara and our IT team to develop an RFP that we'd like to send out to vendors based on our specific needs, based on the feedback we've heard from our members, from internal staff, from the board, on things that we would like to see in their proposal to us in terms of providing the appropriate website we believe RA needs for the next 4 to 5 years and beyond that. And then as I am tonight, providing you with an update on where we are with the project and the project timeline. For February, our focus is going to be on getting that RFP out, issuing an RFP, giving vendors an opportunity to respond to it. Again, compiling all the feedback from our focus groups and coming back to the board at the February meeting to share the feedback that we received from the focus groups and to provide you with an update on where we are with the focus, with the RFP process and some recommendations for a vendor selection, with our ultimate goal of getting approval from the board to move forward at the February meeting so that we can prepare a contract with a vendor of choice in March for ultimately the board's approval at your March board meeting. And then we'd be focused between the April and July time period of collaborating with the vendor to design and build a new website, along with the mobile app if we should choose to go in the direction of a standalone mobile app. Pilot testing in July. So what we're looking to do is develop a group of beta testers that can try out the website, pilot it, provide us feedback with it before we would actually go live with the website. Virtually all of the members who participated in the focus groups have willingly said they would love to be beta testers for us. So that's great. With the ultimate goal of launching our new website, our communications engagement platform in early August 2021. So we've got about another 5 to 6 months worth of work on this, but we're looking at a summer time period to be able to launch the website. But it's crunch time for us really over the next 60 to 90 days to get the project to the point where we can select a vendor and really start working with the vendor on the website. So I'm going to stop there and ask if you have any questions.
Yeah, so we can ask the questions and you can give the answers. Karen.
It's not a question, it's an apology. Somehow I missed the notification of this focus group yesterday, so I certainly would have joined that.
Not a problem, Karen. I will tell you that we had some great feedback from the board members who participated yesterday, and Sarah, Bob, John all participated yesterday. We received Sean Duckett, who's our social media and website manager. He and I got some great feedback. We also went a little deeper with the three of them around some of the initial feedback we had heard from members in those member focus groups. And, you know, honestly, it was great. The focus group feedback, the members that did participate really took the time to dive into the website, really provide us candid feedback, the things they liked, the things they didn't like, what they'd be interested in the future, as far as features or things they wouldn't be interested in. And as I shared with the board members yesterday that participated in the focus group, it was amazing the similarities in the feedback, which was really helpful because it also validated a lot of the feedback that we had gotten in the survey. So, you know, anybody who's done focus groups, you know, you can do 50 focus groups and you can have feedback in a million different locations and none of it aligns with the same thing. These two member focus groups were very much on target with providing the exact same feedback throughout. I apologize, I just realized my camera hasn't been on. They provided very similar feedback in both groups and gave us some very good feedback on how they'd like to see the site organized and structured. They confirmed some of the challenges we've always known about, challenges with our search engine that we need to look at. They gave us overwhelmingly, there's an interest in, and as I mentioned, kind of push notifications, whether it's by email or SMS text alert. A significant number of our members, both in the focus group and the survey, said they'd love to have information pushed to them, especially pool closing information. You know, whether it's because of water contamination or severe weather, not having to go to social media to find out if a pool is closed, but if they subscribed for the text alert, they would get it and know the status of our pool. So there was some great feedback that we got.
I'm so sorry I missed it.
Yeah, I think the invite only came out on the 11th and I don't think we got any reminders of it, Mike. And during the day is a bit tough for some of us. So perhaps you can post another one for some of the other board members who might be able to participate in a quick evening one or early evening.
Sure. I mean, I'd be happy to do one in another week or so and get a date out to the board. Because again, more feedback, the better. But it has been very helpful.
Yeah, and I think the small group that you had yesterday was a great way to, really be able to drill down and have some good conversations. Other thoughts? I have a few more, but I want to give other people some chance to speak. So Sarah.
I just have a statement to put out, and I had mentioned this to Mike yesterday too. We have, I think, a few of the candidates on this board meeting here. And it would be great. You guys could possibly be board members next year. So if you can also take a look at the survey and send us some feedback. I know when I was a candidate last year, it was all, that was the most attention I paid to RA. So now, of course, as a board member, you're forced to, but as a candidate, you have that unique opportunity to influence this. So please, and Mike is very kind and been open with emailing him suggestions.
Absolutely.
Okay. Anyone else? Mike, I had a question about your timeline. It seems pretty scrunched to me in terms of getting an RFP out, getting qualified responses, and still wanting to come back to the board. I think you indicated, like come back to the board in their March meeting for approval of a contract?
Yeah, so we've been talking to a number of vendors, Julie, really I'd go back almost 10 months since we started this process. So we've already got a core, I would say 5 or 6 vendors that have an interest in submitting an RFP to this project. I have no doubt we will get vendor responses in fairly short order. Our goal is to get the RFP out, and it's pretty much in close to final draft form. We're making a few more tweaks to it. We'd like to get it out early next week and give vendors about approximately 2 weeks to complete that RFP and get it back to us. And again, talking to a number of the vendors, they don't feel at all pressed on that a 2-week timeline will be difficult for them. They feel very confident they can meet that. It gives us a little over a week, almost 2 weeks to review those, summarize them, do some reference checks on some of those vendors. And again, already we've started doing some reference checks on a couple of the vendors that we're almost confident they'll submit a response to our RFP. So, I realize it's a tight time window, but I feel confident we can do this, and I really want to keep the process moving along.
So you've been working to make sure you had basically what in government, procurement talk would be a request for information. You've been kind of doing that through dialogue back and forth with a number of vendors that you've somewhat vetted.
So this won't be completely fresh kind of coming out of the gate and nobody's aware of it. We have vendors that have been contacting us weekly for months that are anxiously awaiting an RFP from us.
We've got some down select group, if you will. I know that Ven was very interested in being able to have some input into what you were asking, given his professional background. So I know he had left the meeting earlier tonight, but perhaps it would be worth, giving him a chance to be able to provide some feedback.
Sure.
Sarah.
And I know, Mike, you shared this with us, but I'm sure there are members interested, the budget implications.
What was that? I'm sorry, Sarah.
The budget implications, I know you shared it with us with the few board members, but the others might be interested.
Yeah, and we haven't yet seen, we've got to wait for the RFPs to actually come back to break these things out. But, as we had appropriated for capital dollars for the initial build out of this project, we're probably looking somewhere at around, and again, it's going to depend on the vendor. It's going to depend on what applications we actually ask for and we decide are important.
Yeah, we might want to be careful what numbers we share in public.
That's a good point. Thank you for that. That's a good point, Julie. I'm happy to share it offline, but we probably don't want to telegraph what our budget is.
That's right.
Thank you, Julie.
Transparency at its best. Do we already have this set aside in our budget for?
Yes.
Can you share that amount? What do we have set aside?
It's buried in your total budget, is it not? It's part of your communications budget, right?
It's actually part of,
Us
it's,
across the line
it's-
on our procurement integrity.
It's part of the capital budget, and we don't release those numbers.
Yeah.
We want to get rid of the bids.
Got it. Okay, got it.
thank you for catching me on that one, Julie.
You're welcome. Too many years selling to the government. So any other thoughts for Mike on this really exciting project? If not, we'll move on to Recreational Facilities Working Group. And I think we've got a quick update from Tom, and I'm not sure if Laura or Larry are assisting on that.
Yeah, I think Larry's here. Let me just start. I'll start by saying that we will have a detailed presentation at our February meeting. So tonight's really just giving a quick progress report. A majority of our time really has been spent on working on creating the matrix tool. And that tool is going to allow the board to determine when we look at facilities, should we repair it, improve it, or repurpose it. Other than some fine tuning on that, we have pretty much completed our work on the matrix tool. So we're now getting onto the creative side, which is a little more fun. And we're looking at all the facilities that we have that were built in the 70s and maybe earlier, and saying, how do we not only improve these for the neighborhood, but how do we make them something that will be really exciting? So we're just looking at all the different opportunities that are out there. We did, as a group, on Friday, do a tour of several of those facilities. And it was I found it very helpful because we kind of looked outside the box and said, well, maybe we don't need to change this, but we could do this, this, and this to add to it. So it kind of opened up a lot of options. And that's where the group is at this point, just kind of working towards that. And Larry, if you don't mind jumping in and throwing
Sure.
what you can.
Yeah, no, I thought the tour we had on Friday was really good. We went to some, some newer facilities, some of the older facilities. We looked at some facilities that, either because of their land bay or whatever, may have opportunities. And it gave people that, kind of to be on site and sort of think about that, kind of the what ifs. So the report that the board is going to get in February, and I'm not going to tell you what's in it other than at a very high level, because we want to come at you with it, is really, we're going to talk about some of the findings, to talk about the work that's been done, some of the high level findings, talk a little bit about the data that went into some of those findings. And also there's going to be some recommendations. And I think, that's the part the working group is really excited about getting in front of the board and see if they can get some traction with that. So we've got a little bit more work to do. We actually have 2 meetings scheduled in the next 2 weeks, I guess.
Yeah.
We won't need the second one. But we're trying to bring this thing home for the board and, and keep this thing moving, and then including, getting PrAC reinstated. So that's where we're heading.
Thank you. Questions of Tom and Larry? I enjoyed the tour, by the way, on Friday. It was actually kind of fun, to your point of what if, right? And so that was really quite interesting.
Madam Chair.
Being at home by February as expected last year when it was created. Yes, John.
Would you entertain a motion to extend the time of the meeting? I think we're going to run in soon to a.
Oh, you're right. Yes.
So
if this is
I would move that we extend the meeting till 10:30.
I would second that. All in favor? All right, passes. Okay, anything else for Tom and Larry? All right, moving on to IT update. We're only 30 minutes behind, so we're doing pretty good, actually.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Good to see you all.
Thank you, Claire. Good to see you too.
Good to see you all. I'm going to share my screen.
Look at you, 9:30 at night with perfect hair, and how do I do that?
My kids are all asleep.
And lipstick.
Okay. So today's agenda, just wanted to provide the board and all the members the status of where IT is. A lot has been happening over the last 1 year. So just want to take back, the agenda is, talk through some of the IT challenges that Resin Association had historically. And then, what goals we put in place to fix those issues and what was those status of those upgrades and what's next. So if you see 2020 and previously, Resin IT systems and infrastructure were having a lot of problems and issues. They were old, they were, not serviced, warranted, and this was a huge impact to the business in running the operations, especially our service to our members and maintaining all of the data. So there was a big impact in every way. And some of the challenges that our Resin Association has had previously in the last couple of years were infrastructure and network issues. Basically, the very base thing to run, information and systems and technology was in a bad shape. Hardware was end of life, devices were old, out of warranty, operating systems were not upgraded. There were single points of failure in every server and in every system. We had a lot of security issues. We didn't have end user viruses. Security was not maintained at any levels. There was no antivirus solution appropriately implemented. So we had security issues. There was no proper storage and backup. So that caused a lot of data loss and issues. Our applications were all on legacy platform, old code, old data, not maintained, not managed, vendor code that was written by vendor or previous staff and not maintained. And then we had our internet, even to run our business, internet and facilities and Wi-Fi was in a bad shape. So what that caused was basically, we had a big financial data server loss in 2019. If you all remember in the October server crash, and we lost the data. We had some of the impact was the RA website we had to shut down. It was on an old code that was never maintained. All of the servers were crashing every other week. And it was causing a lot of business disruptions. We had a lot of security risks on applications and data. We had challenges, last year even with our assessments, and we were moving from one system to another system. And there was this pandemic that came in that very quickly, immediately, we had to change from an on-site model to a work from home model, because Resin Associations, we were also used to coming into our locations. We have 4 different locations and we come there and we work. So these were some of the critical challenges that Resin Association had faced and lived with it for a couple of years. It was in a bad shape. We put in 2020 goals to fix these challenges, and we focused on these things: stabilize the infrastructure, modernize the technology, migrate the software off these bad platforms into cloud, and bring in some professional tech services like Red River to help us with all this transformation. And if you all recall, we put this roadmap together in 2019, presented at the 2019 board meeting. A very aggressive roadmap for 2020, fix all of the infrastructure, all of the security, all of the data, migrate the data to the cloud, migrate applications from legacy to the cloud, and then build reporting, decommission all the old servers, shut down the data center. So we had this elaborate project that and a roadmap that we planned for in 2019 December, and this was a roadmap that we planned to follow. And that's where we got additional budget for doing this as a project in 2020, and we worked on that. So here's what happened for all of the status of all of these. RA IT systems now, based on all the projects, have been modernized. They've been transformed with increased security. They have been stabilized. They're available 24/7. All of the items on the roadmap have been completed. We did infrastructure upgrades. All of them have been completed. So I want the board to understand that I've removed all of dependency on RA-owned hardware. Those physical hardwares and servers were giving a lot of issues. There's no more hardware. RA does not own any physical hardware. We have moved everything to Azure Cloud. We've eliminated all these out of warranty hardware. Everything is shut down. We've decommissioned all of the legacy servers, shut it down. All of the applications and the data center at core site has also been shut down. That all this is cost savings and for the current year and over time. So that has been completed. And we've completed the 2 projects, the content migration and the digital transformation. These 2 projects did the cloud transformation with the assistance of Red River. So we eliminated all on-premise file storage. We moved them to cloud. Microsoft 365, we brought in the solutions. We've built the SharePoint, we've built the OneDrive, we've also built an RA intranet for all of the file sharing, collaboration, and storage. And we've also upgraded our business office tool licensing to a higher grade, to E3, which gives us more security and other features. So we've completed that. We've completed all of the security upgrades. So I've done all deployed antivirus to all devices, all end devices, workstations, laptops, anybody using RA-owned devices, they have a security on that. We've deployed multi-factor authentication with the E3. And what that means is that since we are on the cloud, you know, we have to authenticate with people logging in, staff logging into the RA network with more security. And we've also deployed security wherein we can control how our staff can download the data or use the data or, you know, use the information when they are on the cloud. So we've put in a lot of security measures there. And the most important thing was we've migrated a whole lot of business applications that were on these legacy servers to cloud, like Cyber Recruiter. We moved from Raya, the old Raya system, you know, that was having all the member and property data. We've moved to Member Suite. We have an IT help desk solution, and we did SharePoint and OneDrive and all of our file storage on the cloud. And also, you know, we shut down our old website and it's now on a cloud hosting platform. And then also we had, with all of this going on, we had COVID, and instantly, you know, our IT team had to move from an office base to support work from home base. So within a week's time, you know, we had to increase VPN capacity, you know, get the laptops, buy equipment, get it, you know, configured and set up, and enable all of our staff, you know, within Reston Association to work from home, to continue and support our member needs. So these all these upgrades that we put on the map has been completed. So the question comes, you know, to the members or to the board or to everyone is, okay, great, Clara, all this is fine. What does that mean to us? You know, what does it mean to members? What's the benefit to us? Well, here's what I have to say. All this is for the members, because if this is not there, Reston Association business will not be able to support the members in a modernized way. You know, what that's doing is to better service our members. It's going to bring stability, reliability, and security to our data and systems. Some of the data, his members' data, you know, it has personal identifiable data, so it has security on that. We are reducing cost, you know, all of this is going to reduce cost, and over time, it's going to further reduce cost. You're protecting our enterprise and maintaining business continuity. All this was not there. The enterprise data was not protected. There was no business continuity, no disaster recovery plan. And so like we saw the crash in 2019, when the crash happened, we could not pick up from, or, have a backup data, or, build another system, or, rebuild it, or get onto business continuity immediately. It was not there. So all this is also allowing for the staff to work from home and anywhere. And what that means is continuous support to the members. They don't have to have the dependency of having to come to an office building or to headquarters or to the nature center or, to any place. They can continue to service Covenant's team and everyone from any location. That's improving productivity. And since we've moved to cloud, the most important thing is, since Rest in Association, although we have an IT director and IT team, we have a full-blown IT, architecture, infrastructure, or developer, or environment over here. So when we have issues now I have vendors to support us. These vendors for these applications on various platforms have a lot of support. So what this means is, it's all improving our service to our members, and that's why these upgrades were necessary, and that's why these upgrades were being done. So any questions so far? Okay. So as you can see, this roadmap that was presented in 2019 and the project budget that we requested in 2020, with that, we have completed all of these items on the roadmap. And now we are in a more stabilized, secure place for all of the IT systems, and business can work, pretty much without disruptions. An example is, if you can see, even though I know Mike is moving to a new, building a new website, but if you can see, in the last 6 months, since we've moved to a new cloud hosting solution, we've never had a disruption with the cloud. We've never had a disruption with the website. Prior to that, I would not sleep every other week. I would be literally, crossing my fingers, the server doesn't go down. So right now I can sleep in the night. So, and that's what is a small example. So all of these items have been completed, and we are finishing all the small remaining things. So what's next for now and 2021 is, we're going to continue stabilizing IT. Goal is to stabilize the cloud infrastructure that we've just moved into. We are going to grow and build the cloud more. Like, for example, we are going to build a full-blown intranet. We are going to make some of the capabilities of Office 365, like Power BI and Power Apps, and build smart applications. Like, I know I've been talking to the ballots team. They want to build a ballots system, so we would be using those that platform to work on that. The goal will also be to keep lights on and ensure that IT systems are working 24/7 with minimal disruption. We are going to expand our internal IT team skills so that they take over the help desk and they understand the cloud and they grow with cloud. So there's less dependency on our contractors and vendors, and that can reduce costs as well. And there's going to be, we're building in a lot of data governance and management, because with all of the data from activities, assessments, recruitment, and governance, we are planning to put together our data integration platform using, Microsoft platform, and that will help the business teams. Other things that we are planning is, we are going to train our RA staff, because our RA staff has been on legacy, systems. IT team is going to train over the year on all of, the applications and software and usage and security. The other goal also we have is the only system that's there that is on an on-premise is the phone system, the desk phone. So that's also in the goal for 2021 this year, to move the phone system to cloud. We are going to build the internet, and we are going to continue evaluating other places where we can cut costs. For example, Zoom and Dropbox. We can see how we can use Microsoft capabilities. So I've put some of the items over here, but there's going to be many. This is what has been planned for 2021.
I think, Sarah, you wanted to ask a question a couple slides back.
That's okay. That's okay. This helps. I do. The question is, when was the last time we had like an external IT audit? Have we ever had something like that?
When we have audit, this IT audit can be in many ways. What kind of this IT audit can be on security, IT audit can be on data, IT audit can be on how using the application systems. So it also can be, how the organization, is using, all of the stuff. So it has to be more specific, but we've not had, the answer is, I don't think we've had an IT audit.
Do you think it'll be beneficial? Like for you, what would you like to, and how often do you think we should do something like that?
An IT audit? Usually in the companies, in the large organizations that they do mostly a security audit. That's very important. Compliancy, like SOX compliancy, whether we meet all the, the financial, data standards. And I think I worked with Larry, maybe Larry can jump in. There is some kind of an audit that's going, I did submit on roles, and there's a small audit that's going on, Sarah, so I take back that, but a full-blown IT audit is not there. But definitely we can do a security audit, since we've gone to, I would recommend that. That's the most important thing.
Thank you.
John?
No.
Okay, that was just arresting my head.
Scratching my head.
Yes. Anyone else with questions for Clara?
Yeah.
Bob?
About how much of the data that you're now managing is mission critical that you have to have up and running on a daily basis?
So Bob, the data would be the financial data, the governance data, the member and the property data. And all of that data, Bob, luckily is on a cloud system now. So they're all on a vendor cloud system platform that even if the application would go down, they have SLAs with the vendor policies, and SLAs are there that it will immediately come up. So there will not be like 2-hour or 3-hour delays, there will be downtime. For example, if MemberSuite were to go down or RecTrack were to go down, it would come immediately and the data will not be lost.
Okay. Can you remind me what an SLA is? It's been a number of years since I was in that.
It's not coming to my mind. It's
service level agreement.
Service level agreements. Yes, it's late in the night.
Thank you.
Service level agreement.
Came back to me just as you started. As soon as you said service,
popped in your head.
Yes.
Even Bob, even it's not just the data, even all of the other applications, like Outlook and Office and SharePoint and OneDrive. I have SLAs with Red River, and they have SLAs with Microsoft. So we have P1, P2, priority 1, priority 2, and priority 3. We defined, the different kinds of, issues. And based on that, we get the level of support to get it all up and running immediately.
Okay. Yeah. If I was going to put together an IT review, that would be the basis based on the criticality of the application that I would make those determinations. You have 4 locations, backup power, if we have another derecho that, rips through Reston and all the power goes out. They don't happen often, but they could be disastrous if during a particular time. Is there backup power in the building, in the headquarters building?
I I'm sure there is. I have to get
Yes.
to you, Bob, yeah, on that.
Yeah, yes, there is, Bob.
Yeah,
Okay,
there
thank
is.
you. The last, and I won't bother you, just one more question is, you mentioned disaster recovery plan. Have you, number one, do you have one? And is that obviously is going to change because you've shifted from in-house to in the cloud data servers. So where are you on disaster recovery?
With applications moving to cloud, every vendor has its, they have their own disaster recovery, plan that comes with the product, like Member Suite or RecTrack or Smart Webs or Welcome Links or even Microsoft Office. So we have with that disaster recovery is the vendor is responsible for that. There's no responsibility on my side to build that, because we are using their product, we are licensing their product. They take responsibility and the accountability for maintaining that they have data backup, there's a disaster recovery site and everything. That's why that's one of the biggest advantages of moving to cloud system. So all of the key applications and data that REST and Association currently has is on these cloud systems, and each and every one of these cloud systems have their own disaster recovery plans.
Okay. Yeah, you've just dated my recollection of data security and backups, but I'll leave it at that. I won't embarrass myself anymore.
Yeah, that's Bob. The backups. Right now there is no on-premise server, so I don't need to do any backups. Member data, governance data, activities data, financial data, except for the financial data that Tom's team is using. Every piece of data that's there in REST and Association is on the cloud, and those cloud systems do daily.
Okay. What I did think of one last question is before the old website went down, there was a lot more historical data that you could access as a member. What plans or where are we in terms of restoring, some of the older historical data?
The historical data has been migrated. The data that was there on those Raya systems for the properties and members have been moved to Member Suite. So the core data has been moved. Any of the transactions data that was being done on the Raya database will not be recovered, will be there for certain number of years, I think 7 years or so, for a reference, and it's there on a cloud database.
Okay. I'm thinking in terms of like board reports and some of the static reports that used to be able to access off the system, that anything much before 2015 just don't exist anymore.
It is there. It is there, Bob.
Okay.
Archived it. We have archived it, and if anyone needs that information, we will be able to retrieve that and get it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. For some of those, some of you who might be not as familiar with cloud, and you are older like I am, think of it as the old data centers, right? They're just data centers providing a commodity utilization of CPU power. Okay, so any more questions of Clara before we move to Bob and the IT Treasurer's report?
Wasn't there?
Clara, thank you.
Thank you,
Claire. Great progress this year. Really
thank
great.
you.
Okay, Mr. Kane. And Tom Dio, if he's
There you go. Was there a change? I'm happy to talk about the finances really quickly. But It's there. I couldn't find, I didn't know whether the report, the backup to the reports was there. I did not find it referenced for members to see. So let me speak to the financial report very quickly.
And this will be added to our board packet then, because I didn't see it in, is it in our Dropbox? I hope.
It is in the director's box, Dropbox, but I didn't see it referenced in the for members. So
Okay.
let me go through this at a very high level.
Yep.
I'm going to speak to December results for 2020, but everybody should be very aware that these are not the final numbers because there are non-cash items, adjustments that will be made in the next month or so that will come to the final numbers for the year. The biggest one of which will be depreciation. Through the 12 months of 2020, assessments increased to $15,200,000 versus about $700,000 in 2019. And this was a, okay, thank you. This was due to two factors. Number one, the increase in assessments. And secondly, new development memberships joining throughout the year. The second piece of assessments is to look that I look at as the treasurer is what have we collected? So we know what we billed, which is the 15.2. What have we collected? So at the end, at December 31st this year, if you look at the balance sheet, which is on page 5, don't go to page 5, Mike. We'll just talk to it. You'll see a negative number. It's about a negative about 500,000. It's 497,000 and change. And the negative balance includes the 2021 assessments that were received before the end of the current year. So the bills go out for 2021, go out about December 15th. People do pay before year end for tax purposes or whatever. So the number in accounts receivable, which you would expect to be a positive, is not there. So what I am surmising is that overall collections, as represented by the allowance for bad debts, is running slightly better than at the end of 2019, about a $5,700, $5,800 difference, which is a positive. So then I'm going to speak to where we stand with revenues and looking again, not budget to the budget, but looking year over year, actuals to actuals. So total revenue total revenue in 2019 was down about 1.1 million, 1.15 million, a decrease of 6.2% from 2019. As we all recognize, if you look at the third bullet point under total revenues, you can see that recreation services declined by $1.3 million or 70%. Obviously, COVID had an incredible negative impact on non-assessment revenue for the year. Fees and interest are down as well. Without the revenue that we generated from recreational services, we had less money to invest, and we were down about $75,000 over what we had generated in 2019. Other revenues were also down, again, largely related to COVID, about 28% or $306,000. Total expenses convert on the other side in a very positive way, declined almost 1.3 million, or a decrease of about 8.6% from 2019. Salaries increased slightly, about 0.6% over what they were in 2019. Professional and technical support was down by $350,000. or 32%. Administrative costs were down as well by almost $560,000 or 28%. And services in general, the operating costs that we relate to services were also down by $430,000 or about 21%. So net revenues for the year ended at $3.7 million or $127,000 greater than 2019. The last point that I'll focus on, and Mike, if you could bring it up, thank you, is that total cash was down slightly over what it was at year end 2019, a total of about $82,000. These total cash balances were largely driven throughout the year by increased expenditures in capital projects, not unanticipated, but we actually were able to complete more projects this year than we ever have in previous years. And as a result, we had about $794,000 less in total capital reserves and investments at the end of 2020. So what Tom and Dave Kerr and Tom Deal, Dave Kerr and I will do is over the next month or so, finalize the numbers and then report out at either the February or March meeting, the final numbers for official numbers for 2020. So are there any questions at this point?
Very clear.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Bob? I do love seeing these reports, Bob. It's much.
Well, there is one error, and I'll mention it on, if you could slide up, it's at the bottom of the pages here. Go. It's on either page 3 or 4 of the financial reports. Just in case somebody has insomnia and stop. Okay, provision for amenity maintenance. It's nowhere $14,623,000 for 2019. That was a fat finger error. In other words, when you keyed in the number, it was wrong.
You should have
So
left.
we didn't spend $29 million last year.
Could have seen how alert we were and noticed it.
So that's it, unless people have questions of me.
Okay. Anyone with questions? Hearing none, let's move to John Mooney and Larry on land development. And ZMOD was tonight at the public hearing, right?
Right. Larry, shall I go lickety split or do you want to?
Go. I was just going to say, I've got the hearing on my phone off to my left here. I've kind of been going back and forth. The county staff gave about a 40-minute presentation, an overview of ZMOD in advance, and they went straight into the hearing. So they probably started at about 8:15. They started the hearing part. They had 46 speakers lined up, and I'm not sure how our video submission, how it's handled, if it's actually done at the live hearing or if it's just in there for the record. But I think there have been like 6 or 7 citizens associations that each get 10 minutes. So they're only on like the 10th speaker at this point. So it's going to be a long, long night for the Planning Commission.
May they have a long night. Bob.
May I say thank you for video. If it weren't for video, the speakers would be sitting there until 2 or 3 in the morning waiting to speak. So
Yes.
Kudos to Sean. He did a superb job helping people go through the process. It looked great, considering the trailer that they had to work with.
Yeah. And
Yeah, and
many
having
kudos
having
to
a teleprompter really helps.
It does immensely, immensely.
and many kudos to the community of members that helped get this training going and delivered over to, you know, it was a lot of coordination, a lot of people taking time, a lot of writing of testimonies and whatever. So thank you all for those efforts.
The only other thing I'd add about that is typically when the planning commission gets faced with, you know, a large number of people, not unlike what they did, you know, with the PRC thing, they won't make a decision tonight. They'll defer the decision. It's very, very likely. And at least half of the people that have spoken already that I was able to catch when I wasn't listening to the board meeting, obviously, are asking to peel out the ALUs and the home-based businesses and have those treated separately, a completely different time frame.
Which is exactly what we asked.
Yeah, those have been the two biggest asks thus far.
Yeah. Okay.
I think the other one that relates specifically to Reston as a PRC is the lack of probable lack of prompt notification of applications for home-based businesses and ALUs, that with the administrative permits or applications may be, I'm trying to think of an artful term, but may be overlooked. The community may be overlooked in terms of keeping them apprised of changes, approved changes.
Yep.
And anything else on ZMOD or?
Well, on ZMOD, I would simply say that it's tentatively scheduled to come before the Board of Supervisors on March the 9th. And we urge all Reston members to get informed about this and express your concerns to the Planning Commission and to the Board of Supervisors. And Larry, I don't know what all of our production on ZMOD is accessible on our website, but this is a big thing because it affects the whole zoning ordinance, which is the law that governs land use. So.
Right. And there's actually a small video that I shot with Sean earlier this week coming out tomorrow, where I referenced the Planning Commission being last night to tell, you know, for those people that get it in RA News about the, at least right now, the currently scheduled March 9th date. So there's still time to get involved and learn about it.
So the other thing I would report on if we're done with ZMOD is a real quick summary of where we are with the Reston Comprehensive Plan Task Force. So the comprehensive plan is the policy basis which the zoning ordinance, ZMOD in this case, is meant to implement. So it sets very important basic principles and guidance that guides the whole ship. And so right now in the task force, we're working primarily on transportation issues, which are very big because we all know about the congestion that we face and the greater congestion that we are undoubtedly going to face as we reach full build out of the TSAs. And secondly, we're now deep into parks, recreation, and cultural facilities. And we had a very vigorous discussion at the last full task force meeting earlier this week. And I ask you to acquaint yourself with that. Also coming are public art, discussion of public art. And very important, we're going to start discussing, we have discussed and are getting ready to go into kind of a final discussion of population targets for Reston. So in the 2013-14 version of the comprehensive plan, there was a massive increase in permitted population and or targeted population. And we're going to discuss those targets. So we're trying to establish what is the impact of the 2013-14 plan in terms of population, and can we and how should we reduce it if we can do so. So that's going to be a very critical thing. Again, apprise yourself of the facts and write to the Board of Supervisors and write to the Planning Commission about your concerns. Thanks.
Okay. Any questions on land use? All right, then I would like to make a motion to move into executive session. We have a number of items to deal with in executive session with consultation with counsel, contractual violation matters, and we added personnel matters to finish up. So could I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, John. And all in favor of an executive session? We
Aye.
probably will also need to extend. We only have it to 10:30, our meeting. And I believe we will not accomplish all of that in 15 minutes. So might I also at the same time make a motion to extend our time to, right, if I do it for 11 and we shoot for 10:45, I'd like to make the motion for 11 with the hopes that we never get there.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor of that? All right, off we go then. Thank you.
Again, it says clear all rooms, close all rooms. Ah, here we go.
Clara, I think I need a new invite.
Tony, can you hear me?
Yeah, I need to get into that breakout room, please.
Oh, so
I think, isn't Shalice handling that?
Sean, can you add Tony to the breakout room?
Could you add me as well?
What happened?
I actually do not have host control.
So where is the breakout room to add? Oh, here's the breakout rooms.
Shalice is still on the call. Shalice? Let me get, there we go. Okay, folks, we're still live on YouTube, just be aware.
Still live on YouTube. I am not on the breakout room. I need to be into the
You need to be in the breakout room, Shalice?
session.
If you're supposed to be in the executive session, Shalice will get you there.
hopefully we have Sean or Elise or someone with us. I see Sarah, myself, Tom, Aaron, Bob, Aaron, John, Sean. Okay, good. We are good.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Thank you. See if we can wrap this up. Ready to go, Sean?
Bam, we're live.
All right. I move that the Reston Association Board of Directors certifies to the best of each member's knowledge that only those matters appropriate for executive session of a violation or contractual nature or related to consultation with counsel and or personnel matters were heard, discussed, or considered by the board during executive session. Might I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you, Karen. All in favor? All right, everyone voted yes. I would like to move to adopt. Sorry, I've got a dog that's being, I'm confused. We have a motion to ratify I have a motion to adopt the January Legal Committee's report and affirm the decisions and recommendations proposed by the Legal Committee.
Second.
On favor? Okay, that passes. I would like to move that after a competitive bidding process and in accordance with the association's policies on purchasing and procurement, to approve the service agreement with Red River Managed Services, LLC, as presented in executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Karen. All in favor of that motion? All approved. Okay. I want to move to approve the addendum number 4 to the contract with the Northern Virginia Stream Restoration LC for the purpose of the sale of wetland mitigation credits.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? I move to ratify that we extended our meeting till 12 midnight while in executive session.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. And the last motion of the night is to ratify and approve the board's decisions on the RA CEO 2021 performance goals and 2020 performance review as decided in executive session. Do I have a second? Karen? All in favor? Aye.
Now is the last motion.
Yes. Would someone like to make it?
Move we adjourn.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much for a lovely evening.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good
Good
night.
night, everyone, and thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you, staff.
Shanice.
Thank you, staff.
Thank you, Seth. Thank you, Shalise, and John, and everybody.
Thanks,
Good
Julie.
night.
Bye. Good night.
Have a good night.